to declare a recess at any time during today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. I also ask for unanimous consent that members not on the subcommittee be permitted to sit with the subcommittee at today's hearing and ask questions. Without objection, so ordered. As a reminder, please keep your microphone muted unless speaking. Should I hear any inadvertent background noise, I will request that the member please mute their microphone. To insert a document into the record, please have your staff email it to documentstni@mail.house.gov. Well, good morning. And I'm excited to kick off my second committee hearing of this Congress as the new chairman. Thanks to the bold vision of President Biden, we stand at the crossroads of a once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform the nation's passenger rail network and bring it into the 21st century. The title of today's hearing says it all: Unlimited Potential of Emerging Technologies in High-Speed Rail. From Hyperloop to bullet trains to magnetic levitation, we will hear about transformative technologies from distinguished panels of policy experts and leaders of high-speed rail projects. Imagine being able to hop on a train in Newark at 9 a.m. in the morning and make it to Washington in time for today's hearing at 11 a.m. High-speed rail could be the technology that fully unlocks the potential of passenger rail travel in this country. Other countries have integrated high-speed rail systems into their transportation networks, and the United States has the opportunity to do the same. We have led the world in innovation, from breaking the sound barrier to winning the space race. There is nothing stopping us from applying the same perseverance to high-speed rail. But we also must confront the reality of limited resources. Even if we invest the tens of billions of dollars that is in the American Jobs Plan, it will not be enough to fully implement every project that we will hear about today. That is why we must have today's conversation that could be the basis for tomorrow's solutions. This is not to say Congress hasn't taken action to help spur high-speed rail to deliver on the benefits that are possible. Congress has made significant investments that has made Amtrak's high-speed Acela train operational. Last year, Chairman DeFazio ushered H.R. 2 through the House to invest $60 billion in the U.S. rail system. Given President Biden's call for even more rail funding, I'm proposing a robustly funded high-speed rail planning and development in our surface transportation reauthorization package. It is time for the United States makes a long-term, bold effort to bring greater mobility to the nation. If we invest in easy access to an interconnected rail network, it will create thousands of jobs. Communities will benefit from the implementation of high-speed rail. However, we must ensure the benefits are equitably distributed and underserved communities are not left out in the cold. Equity in high-speed rail also means a fair shot for minority-owned businesses to obtain work that comes from the implementation of these projects. We have assembled a wide roster of witnesses for a robust discussion of high-speed rail. I want to hear why it is good policy to invest in high-speed rail. I want to hear how these technologies could redefine short and long-distance travel. And I finally want to hear about how these technologies can be made available to all Americans. It is my hope members gain a better understanding of the promise that high-speed rail represents and how it can be a positive force for change. So I hope you will join me in this subcommittee's effort to appreciate the rail technologies of the future. Now I go back to. Now I call on the ranking member of the subcommittee, Mr. Crawford, for an opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you holding this hearing today, and thank the witnesses for participating as well. Today's hearing will discuss the state of high-speed rail and other emerging technologies in our U.S. passenger rail networks. Today's hearing will discuss investments in innovation in our rail infrastructure are essential to building a robust and competitive American transportation system. However, we must ensure that any federal policies and funding are balanced with a realistic analysis of the needs, consumer demand, and the best use of taxpayer dollars. There's no better example of these important factors not being properly considered than the California High Speed Rail project that was originally proposed to run between Los Angeles and San Francisco. The venture, once estimated to cost $33 billion and be completed in 2020, is now projected to cost over $100 billion with an estimated completion date still over a decade away. The project has been plagued by a failure to account for actual costs and work associated with obtaining land to build the track, eminent domain, environmental concerns, and whether low consumer demand will require permanent government subsidies to support the line. While the California High Speed Rail project shows the failures of poor planning, there are promising opportunities for the federal government to foster new rail technologies that are fiscally responsible and responsive to the needs of consumers. The federal government should look to leverage successful existing programs that support our rail system, such as funding the CRISI and Section 130 grant programs. The private sector also plays an important role in growing our rail network, and we'll hear from witnesses about those promising efforts. I look forward to discussing both the challenges and the opportunities of new rail transportation technology, as well as how Congress can provide robust oversight and safeguard taxpayer dollars that support these projects. Thank you for the witnesses for being here today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and now we will recognize the chairman of the whole committee, Chairman DeFazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity today. I'm excited about the prospects for this hearing. Basically, we're looking at, I would say, 4 categories of rail. One is one I call higher speed rail, high speed rail, magnetic levitation, and then obviously new and innovative technologies like Hyperloop. They all hold promise in different applications in different places. Higher speed rail, which would be basically existing Amtrak. I'll use the example of the Talgo train sets we run here between Oregon and Washington State. They can go 120 miles an hour. I'm 112 miles from Portland. Theoretically, then I could be there in less than an hour. If you could get to Portland in less than an hour, I think you would see a massive hemorrhaging of people away from the overcrowded Interstate 5, which frequently is blocked with accidents or traffic jams, onto a dependable service. Now, we don't even have to realize the full potential of it. If I could reliably get there in 2 hours, because on a really good day I can get there in an hour 50 on I-5, then I would never, ever get on I-5 again. And I know there are many thousands of other Oregonians. And this line, ultimately, this was one of the first designated under the SWIFT Act back in 1994. Al Swift, a colleague from Washington State, wonderful old curmudgeon, created this program, and one of the first high-speed rail routes in America. And there's a couple of witnesses who are a little short on their testimony because they say Portland to Vancouver or Portland to Seattle. That route, which I got designated in '94, is Eugene, Oregon, the second largest city, to Vancouver, BC. Precious little progress has been made, particularly by my state, who I don't think has even yet chosen a route. But there's tremendous potential in higher speed rail, let alone high speed rail. Many years ago, when I was a younger man and traveled a bit, with less constraint than this job. I was in Spain, and they had trains essentially like ours, crappy old slow trains. Then they built one route, and it ran from Madrid down to the coast. And after a while, everybody in Spain rode on it once or twice. And they said, "Yeah, I want that." They now have a high-speed network, goes around the whole country. It has changed economics, demographics, the economy phenomenally. People can live, in an affordable place more than 100 miles outside of Madrid and reliably get to work in a very short period of time. We have similar opportunities, and we'll hear about one later today in the Los Angeles Basin, linking a line out of LA to a high-speed line coming down from Las Vegas, which has tremendous potential. There are other projects around the country that we'll hear from today. So, rail could be a solution. VDOT, Virginia Department of Transportation, gave testimony, I guess 6 or 7 weeks ago before the committee, the secretary, very compelling. They evaluated 95 South, and they said, wow, the traffic is just always backed up. We could add one lane each way, $10 to $12 billion. By the time we finish adding the lanes, congestion will be as bad as it is today. That would be about 10 years from now. Or we could look at somehow enhancing, it'll be difficult, rail commuting. And they got into discussions with CSX, and they came to an agreement. It's going to both enhance the CSX network and help with the commuter trains. And they're actually going to build a new bridge over the Potomac River. Now, it's very expensive. This whole thing's going to cost $4 or $5 billion. Well, that's half the cost of adding the 2 lanes to the freeway that won't solve the problem. And this will provide much more benefit for commuters, benefit for the economy, benefit for the environment when we eliminate all those single occupancy automobiles. So we've got to look around the country. And part of the bill is to make DOTs, because a lot of DOTs are stuck in the Eisenhower era, and it's like, whoa, well, we'll just lay more concrete, we'll lay more asphalt, we'll widen to 8 lanes here, we'll go to 10 lanes, and you build it, and they come, and then you're back where you started. I've met with communities in Texas who believe that there's linkages between cities there that could solve some of their worst freeway problems and highway problems in Texas. And I've heard this echoed around the country. I mean, Florida, they're looking at linking Miami to Orlando in the not too distant future with Brightline. So there's a lot of exciting things going on, but where's the federal government? Where has the federal government been? I mean, the Chinese are investing over $100 billion a year. Of course, a lot of it's our money for their trade deficit, so they can afford it, in their rail system for high-speed rail. What are we investing? Virtually nothing. And when you invest nothing, you get nothing. We can't say, oh yeah, well, back in the Obama era, they put up all this money for high-speed rail, and California screwed it up. Well, yeah, the Greenfield project, they did not anticipate all the problems would come with that. And they were very poorly managed to begin with. They've gotten their act together now, but there's been a lot lost there. But that should not be the example for the country, or we should say just because of one project that didn't proceed as projected, that we are going to abandon these hopes all around the United States. And investing once every other decade a small amount of money is not going to get us there. I'd like to see larger sums than have been proposed by the Biden administration in the high-speed rail category, personally. But we also need to enhance the loan programs, the TIFIA program and others, our RIF program, and so that we can look at investments in these areas. We have put aggregate with essentially post-World War II, mostly the Eisenhower program, $2 trillion into highways invested by the federal government. It's a lot of money. Put post World War II, $777 billion into aviation, airports, runways, air traffic control, et cetera. Um, and we have put about 90 billion total into rail. And so we wonder why we have a decrepit, pathetic network in this country. Amtrak struggling, with infrastructure that's failing. I took the committee up to New York between Washington D.C. and Boston. I think there's $48 billion of deferred maintenance, some of which could fail catastrophically. The tunnel under Baltimore is one example, and replacing that tunnel, and they have plans to do it with straighten line would increase speeds through that section, cut a significant amount of time off the route. But hey, we put a lot of money into that tunnel back in 1872. We can't just jump out there and build a new one, can we? Really? Great engineers in 1872. But it's time to get into the 21st century. So that's what this hearing is about today. Let's talk about 21st century technology, 21st century solutions, not 1950s, not 1870s, the 21st century. And let's make America once again a world leader in all forms of transportation as we used to be. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. We will now turn to our witnesses. We will be hearing testimony from witnesses on 2 panels today, with each panel followed by questions from members. I would like now to welcome the witnesses on the first panel. The Honorable John Porcari, former Deputy Secretary, United States Department of Transportation. Ms. Rachel Smith, President and Chief Executive Officer of Seattle Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Philip Washington, Executive Officer of Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Ms. Danielle Eckert, International Representative International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and the Honorable Troy Corbett Trey Duhan III, Judge Waller County, Texas, and Andy Coons, President and Chief Executive Officer of U.S. High Speed Rail Association. Thank you for joining us today, and I look forward to your testimony. Without objection, our witnesses' full statements will be included in the record. Since your written testimony has been made part of the record, the subcommittee requests that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Mr. Porcari, you may proceed.
Chairman Payne, Ranking Member Crawford, members of the subcommittee, Chairman DeFazio, thanks for the opportunity to testify today on this important topic. My name is John Porcari. I've had the opportunity to serve in a number of transportation and economic development related positions in the public and private sectors, including the honor of serving as Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Transportation and twice serving as Secretary of the Maryland Department of Transportation. It's my strong belief that high-speed rail systems, higher speed city pairs, and emerging technologies all play an important part in a more equitable, climate-friendly transportation system that builds tomorrow's economy. If you wonder why America's transportation system is configured the way it is today, I would urge you to follow the money. Allow me to illustrate the point from personal experience. The Maryland Department of Transportation is uniquely organized as a multimodal state transportation organization, including highway, transit, aviation, passenger rail, and other components under one roof, and served by a unified, flexible state transportation trust fund. That single trust fund provides funds for every transportation mode, using revenues from every transportation source. As I evaluated ways to increase capacity in the Baltimore-New York City corridor, these were my choices. I could add air capacity between BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport in New York with 90% federal funding for runway and taxiway improvements. I could add highway capacity in I-95 to New York with 80% federal funding, or add passenger rail capacity with 0 federal funding. For that 215-mile segment, a passenger rail trip makes far more sense than driving or flying, yet passenger rail capacity was the least likely alternative to be selected. So if you wonder why we have the unbalanced transportation system we have today, follow the money. Seen in that light, it's an extraordinary state statement of state priorities that the California High-Speed Rail Authority's 2020 business plan anticipates 85% of its funding from state sources and only 15% federal funding for this project of national and regional significance. This is a remarkable state financial commitment and a clear declaration of the state's project priorities. Yet there's no ongoing sustained federal financial partner for this multi-year program of projects. To match the people carrying capacity of phase one of the high-speed rail system, California would need to invest $122 to $199 billion towards building almost 4,200 highway lane miles, the equivalent of a new 6-lane highway, and the construction of 91 new airport gates and 2 new runways. The San Francisco-Los Angeles air route is already the 9th busiest in the world and the busiest air route in America. Doesn't it make sense to prioritize this finite and expensive airport capacity for transcontinental and international flights? For California, the $122 to $199 billion of required highway and airport capacity as an alternative to high-speed rail is double the $69 to $99 billion cost estimate for phase one of the high-speed rail system. The genius of federalism as it applies to our transportation system is that states and local jurisdictions make the project choices that are best for their particular needs. These local project choices aggregate into a national transportation system. While states and local jurisdictions across the country have raised significant new revenues over the last decade, they still require a federal funding partner for any significant capital project. Providing real transportation choices at the local and state level requires the establishment of a passenger rail trust fund on par with our highway trust fund and airport and airway trust fund. A rail trust fund will solidify and encourage local decision-making and project choices for those jurisdictions that choose to prioritize passenger rail. Decades of multi-year federal funding gave America the world's best aviation system. Likewise, our interstate highway system grew from initially disconnected city pairs into today's national network only with the guaranteed financial contribution of the federal government. A passenger rail trust fund will do the same for community growth and development in towns and cities across the country while building U.S. manufacturing and technological leadership. There are public and private sector passenger rail projects currently being proposed in every region of the country. A consistent, predictable federal funding partner will jumpstart those projects, encouraging new technologies, mutually beneficial collaboration with our freight railroads, and innovations in investment, construction, and operations models. A high-speed rail network built on local choices requires a level financial playing field. Establishing a passenger rail trust fund is the way to do it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I know I know that our subcommittee vice chair, Strickland, would have liked to extend an extra warm welcome to Ms. Smith, who succeeded the Congresswoman as the president and CEO of the Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce. It's great to see your leadership here. And please provide us with your testimony, Ms. Smith.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chairman Payne, Ranking Member Crawford, distinguished members of the committee, and Chairman DeFazio. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today on the enormous potential of high-speed rail across the country, and specifically the benefits of Cascadia Ultra High-Speed Rail, connecting riders in one of the fastest growing regions in North America, from Vancouver, BC, to Seattle, to Portland, and ultimately to other points south, Salem, Eugene, and Northern California. My name is Rachel Smith, and I'm the president and CEO of the Seattle Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. The Seattle Metro Chamber is the largest and most diverse business association in the Puget Sound region, representing over 2,500 companies and a regional workforce of approximately 750,000. Our region is a deeply interconnected one. The nearly 9 million people living in the Cascadia corridor up to BC through Washington State and south to Oregon do not live their lives or do their business by city, county, or even national boundaries. And the way we address challenges and seize opportunities for more equitable transportation, land use, housing, and economic centers should and does reflect that. For our region's business community, those challenges and opportunities are why we believe in the transformative power of rail and why the Seattle Metro Chamber has been an early supporter of high-speed rail in the Cascadia corridor. Fast, frequent, and reliable rail is an economic competitiveness tool for any region, providing people with alternatives to sitting in traffic, mobility options to move seamlessly from work to home to recreational activities, and building community around modern transit technology helps attract talent and adds to the vibrancy of a community. It also frees up precious highway and road space for the movement of goods from our farms and manufacturing centers to the hearts of our cities and towns. Rail is also a significant tool in our efforts to combat climate change, reducing emissions from cars. In our region, rail is often powered by clean hydro or other renewable energy sources. It also impacts land use. The transportation you build defines the land use you will live with, and rail is a tool for supporting growth where we want it and creating connections to job centers for everyone. Investment in rail and transit generally is also fundamentally an investment in equity. It provides access for historically under-resourced communities to educational and job opportunities. It also allows for the creation of equitable transit-oriented development, using a station as an anchor for mixed-use, mixed-income development, where everyone has mobility opportunities, whether they live in affordable or market-rate housing units. And finally, high-speed rail can provide the physical manifestation of the three things the Seattle Metro Chamber, our region in this country, are laser-like focused on: innovation, green jobs, and economic recovery. A project like this creates thousands of jobs, not just jobs that require an engineering degree, but also construction jobs that come with training and transferable skills for people to make a living wage for themselves and their families. Not every corner of the country is ready for high-speed rail right now, but in the Puget Sound region in the Cascadia corridor, we are. And we've already got a head start. In my former role as Deputy County Executive for King County, we had the opportunity to work with one of our biggest and best local companies, Microsoft, who has been a champion for the Cascadia Corridor ultra high-speed rail idea. After securing funding for initial studies from the Washington State Legislature, which confirmed feasibility, viability, and demand for the project, we are on our way, and what our region learns can be used by other regions around the country. This project can serve as a model for how high-speed rail can help a region grow affordably and sustainably. And it would also serve as an important step towards building a domestic capability for high-speed rail and the good jobs this industry could generate. And to paint the picture more clearly, Cascadia Ultra High-Speed Rail would make connections at speeds of up to 250 miles per hour. Conservative estimates place ridership at between 2 to 3 million riders annually, with a reduction of 6 million metric tons of CO2 emissions over the first 40 years. 355 billion in economic growth is projected, with 200,000 new jobs related to construction and ongoing operation. We are prepared to build a coalition of support, refine the vision, and secure early funding and agreements to make this picture a reality. We have a strong foundation to build on, with support from the governors of Washington and Oregon, as well as the Premier of British Columbia. We also appreciate the interest in the promise of high-speed rail from members of the Washington delegation, including Vice Chair Strickland and Representative Rick Larson, as well as Representative Susan Del Bene, who has been one of the original sponsors of the American High-Speed Rail Act. We have a history in the Seattle region of working together to deliver on big ideas, and we believe that high-speed rail is a key ingredient in fulfilling that vision, a vision of a region full of economic opportunity for all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And now we recognize Mr. Washington for 5 minutes.
Subcommittee Chair Payne, thank you. Subcommittee Member Crawford, Chairman DeFazio, and all the honorable members of the subcommittee. It's a genuine honor to join you today at this important hearing. As a young man growing up in the Midwest, and specifically on the south side of Chicago, the story of the first transcontinental railroad was enough to capture my imagination of a vast America being connected for the first time by mighty rail engines, a connection that would enhance commerce, the ability of businesses and their employees to prosper from coast to coast, and also the ability for America to move across our great nation with ease and comfort. For me, this moment in American history is best captured in the PBS show, The American Experience, which included an article entitled The Impact of Transcontinental Railroad. And the world was put on notice that the Transcontinental Railroad was completed and America was moving to the forefront of the world stage. With respect to the American experience with rail, whether it's light rail, heavy rail, commuter rail, freight rail, long-haul rail or short-haul rail, it still has the power to move America to the forefront of the world stage and to enhance our nation in any number of ways. I say this because as the Chief Executive Officer of the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, and before that, the leader of the Denver's Regional Transportation District, I've seen with my own eyes the power of rail to transform cities and bring a renewed quality of life and new business to areas once left for dead. There are 4 key benefits of high-speed rail if done right. Number 1, connecting rural areas with the urban core. Starting with the first Union Station built in 1851, major railroad stations have served to connect America and all Americans. With the advent of new technologies that offer both a faster rail system and safer rail system, high-speed rail can, and I believe will, serve to leverage the legacy of Union stations across America and renew their purpose by offering a direct connection to the jobs that are often situated in urban cores across the United States. Today in Los Angeles, our economic growth is compromised because access to jobs is sharply constrained, not because individuals do not have the skill sets needed for the job, and not because they don't have the education. It's usually because they do not have a way to get to those urban cores where the jobs are. Number 2, renewing the American dream in the form of affordable, equitable housing. I'm proud to share that LA Metro is a national leader in growing our transit system alongside transit-oriented communities. In recent years, scarce housing and limited transportation options have put the squeeze on working Americans, resulting in rising housing costs and longer commutes. The good news is that passage of Measure M here in Los Angeles County in 2016, we are building more mobility enhanced projects. The second solution, in addition to providing more mobility, Metro is also building housing around the growing system. To date, we have built more than 2,100 housing units on Metro-owned land, 34% of which are affordable. This tells me that if we have a high-speed rail system, for example, the High Desert Corridor, inner-city rail project in northern Los Angeles County that can connect Apple Valley, unincorporated Los Angeles County, and Palmdale with our urban core and beyond, it would offer a chance for the American dream to be reached again for a whole new generation of Americans. A high-speed rail project along the High Desert Rail Corridor would dramatically reduce commute times by connecting some of the fastest growing residential, commercial, and industrial areas in Southern California. And number 3, almost 2 years ago to this date, on May 16, 2019, I testified before the full committee of the House Committee on Transportation at the invitation of Chairman DeFazio to discuss Metro's goal of establishing a rolling stock industrial park in LA County, or what I have referred to as a Center for Transportation Excellence. And in conclusion, a final point I would like to make is that if high-speed rail is done right, I believe that Congress can smartly use Hamiltonian means to achieve Jeffersonian ends. That is, we can use the power of the federal government to adequately finance these great public works projects. Thank you so much for having me, and open to questions later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Washington, for your testimony. We'll now hear from Ms. Eckert. You have 5 minutes. You're recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Payne, Ranking Member Crawford, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to today's legislative hearing. My name is Danielle Eckert, and I'm a representative of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Our president, Lonnie Stevenson, has asked me to speak on behalf of the IBW today. I came to my position through my service as a railroad electrician, where I lived and worked in a community put on the map and developed around the railroad industry. The IBW has 775,000 members across various sectors. Our members work in construction, building high-speed rail systems, and on various railroads throughout the US, building, maintaining, and installing infrastructure and equipment for our nation's rail network. We currently are on site at the California High-Speed Rail Project, and one of our signatory contractors will be working with Texas Central on their high-speed rail line. We support robust investments in transportation modes, including electrified high-speed rail. We supported efforts in last year's HR 2 that would provide new passenger rail improvement grants and historic funding levels for Amtrak. And most recently, the $80 billion investment for rail in President Biden's American Jobs Plan. We firmly believe the expansion of high-speed rail is an answer to addressing several hard questions Americans face. High-speed rail can offer a cleaner alternative in the pursuit of reduced greenhouse gas emissions. It can provide access to opportunities and vital services for those in rural America who have suffered from deindustrialization. Congress must ensure that we continue to create good jobs in this industry. This can be achieved by upholding hard-fought labor protections that have been in place for almost a century, by designating providers as rail carriers with a workforce covered under railroad labor laws. Congress must ensure that contractors will compete for work based on who can best train, equip, and manage a construction crew by requiring Davis-Bacon prevailing wages, upholding Buy America standards, establishing strong regulatory regimes and safety cultures in new operations and technology, and fostering innovative strategies to deliver economic benefits to local communities. These current standards are proven strategies to provide America's workforce with a better way of life. Despite wage stagnation, railroad workers have sustained their middle-class wages, healthcare benefits, and a dignified retirement. These are benefits that my family and I have enjoyed. My own hometown has suffered from the loss of industry, similar to many communities throughout America. Unionization peaked in the state in 1989 and reached its lowest point in history in 2019. Today, the median household income in my hometown is $40,000 and the poverty rate is 23%. After working for years to get an advanced degree, I made a career change to pursue a future as a railroader. I knew when I got the job, the railroad was my home. Even with a formal education, as well as technical military training as an Army reservist, being a railroad electrician was never easy. There were times that I did come home and tell my husband that I didn't think I was smart enough to make it through my apprenticeship, but my mentors, my brothers and sisters, made sure that I did. Despite those challenges, being able to pay for my daughter's karate classes, afford our groceries and utility bills while working one steady job was worth all of it. The track was laid by generations before me. Wages, benefits, and safer working conditions thanks to the high union density and the rich history of the union workforce's efforts for fair treatment and collective bargaining. We should honor the dignity of work by ensuring that all current and future railroaders have these fundamental protections. Current construction labor standards, Buy America and Davis-Bacon, ensure that materials used are produced in the United States and that wages and benefits are determined by matching workers in that area. This coverage is critical in growing high-quality jobs in the cities and towns where the project is built. The benefits of these labor protections are included in the agreement between the State and Building Construction Trades Council of California and the California High-Speed Rail Authority. This ensured that the jobs created went to workers living in disadvantaged areas. Those workers are receiving the highest level of apprenticeship training, an entry point to careers that expand beyond a single project. Focusing just on California, agreements like this, both private and public sector, support an industry-funded labor management apprenticeship system that 92% of all construction apprentices participate in. The programs are extremely diverse. In fact, 96% of women are in union apprenticeship programs. 72% of all union apprentices are people of color, and 1 in 5 have exited the foster care system, are emancipated youth, or were previously incarcerated. Registered apprenticeships give transformative opportunities to communities that need them the most. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning, and the IBEW looks forward to working with the committee to ensure that labor standards are set to uplift and level the playing field to make a better opportunity for all America. I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Eckert. We will now turn to Mr. Duhan for 5 minutes.
I'd like to thank Chairman Payne, Ranking Member Crawford, Chairman DeFazio, and the members of the committee for allowing me to speak on behalf of my constituents today. My name is Judge Trey Duhan, and I serve as County Judge for Waller County, Texas. Neighboring Houston, we are both suburban and rural and a minority majority county, which creates a diverse and unique set of impacts on our citizens related to growth and infrastructure. I'm here today to provide a real-world perspective on the Texas High-Speed Rail project promoted by Texas Central Railway. I'm not opposed to high-speed rail, but if you believe high-speed rail can provide the American people with the cheaper, greener method of mass transit, please listen to me that Texas High-Speed Rail project does none of those. Since 2014, Texas Central has promised landowners and elected officials that no tax dollars would be needed for its private project, that it would only cost around $10 billion to construct, and it would be operational by 2021. Texas knew better, so it passed a law in 2017 prohibiting the use of state funds for private high-speed rail, which is still in effect today. Then, just last year, Texas Central's chairman, Drayton McClain, admitted in a letter to a Texas state senator that the project had turned into a $30 billion project, meaning costs have tripled without even putting a shovel in the ground. He also admitted that the project would not be privately financed, sharing that they were going after stimulus money to fund the project. Why the sudden change? Because over the past 7 years, Texas Central has secured only $450 million, to our knowledge, in private financing, which includes a $300 million loan from the Bank of Japan, just 1.5% of the project's $30 billion current price tag. Even if Texas Central had $30 billion, they do not have authority under Texas eminent domain law to acquire the 240 miles of private property along the proposed route, an issue that's still being litigated before the Texas Supreme Court. In addition, when the Surface Transportation Board took jurisdiction over the project 10 months ago, it made clear that Texas Central cannot begin any construction or operation unless and until it submits a full application for a construction permit, which TCR has yet to file. Assuming it ever does, this hard look full application process will take years to complete. In the final days of the Trump administration, the Federal Railroad Administration, for the first time in its history, issued a rule of particular applicability, creating a carve-out for the Japanese high-speed rail technology TCR wants to use for the project. But again, the FRA said this does not grant authorization to construct or operate the project either. To put it bluntly, Texas Central is in no better position to build the project today than it was before the STB and the FRA rulings. Then there is the issue of feasibility. As I speak here today, not one government agency has evaluated whether the project is economically viable. In fact, during the EIS process, the FRA removed economic viability from the project's purpose altogether and proceeded with the study, feasibility absent. What's worse, Texas Central has overstated ridership while underestimating cost, a recipe for disaster. As one expert put it, quote, "Based on our experience and analysis, we are concerned that Texas Central's project will fail so spectacularly that privately financed U.S. high-speed rail lines may never be given a second chance." So I am urging you to proceed with extreme caution. Before you decide to give billions of taxpayer dollars to build this private project, consider why you should simply take this company's word that construction is around the corner and the project is financially feasible, when history has proven that their words mean nothing. What is the benefit? The project is not interoperable. It is totally incompatible with and disconnected from any other existing and future rail lines. And the exclusivity doesn't end with its tracks. Ticket prices will not be like the Metro. It will be for the business class. If the goal is to build connected rail systems accessible to all travelers to strengthen the national rail network, this project is not the answer. If it is built, the project will hit rural and minority communities along the proposed route like mine the hardest, including at the other end of the proposed route in South Dallas, where entire low-income and minority neighborhoods would be displaced because only one route was ever considered. The Department of Transportation recently halted expansion of I-10 and I-45 near downtown Houston due to similar concerns. In closing, I urge this Congress to invest our precious and limited tax dollars in infrastructure projects that would benefit all Americans. Have we not learned anything from the taxpayer-backed disaster in California? Texas Central promised its project was privately financed, and everything they've done to date, including the EIS, was based on that. So we say let it live or die in the free market. Invest our tax dollars in more equitable transportation solutions. We should not have to pay for another train to nowhere while having our communities destroyed by the very tax dollars that we work hard to contribute. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of Waller County.
Thank you, sir. Now we will have Mr. Coons for 5 minutes. Mr. Coons, can you hear us? You're muted, sir.
Am I on now?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Chairman Payne, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Crawford, and the other members of the subcommittee for holding this important hearing today. America is one of the last remaining industrialized nations that does not have high-speed rail. The rest of the world has embraced this technology and for decades has benefited greatly from it. High-speed rail offers an exceptional transport mode that can efficiently carry 20,000 people per hour without congestion, hassles, or delays. High-speed rail not only adds major new capacity to the transportation mix, but also alleviates intercity congestion on both highways and airport runways. High-speed rail can unlock numerous ridership opportunities. Essential workers like teachers, police, and firemen in the high-priced Silicon Valley could find affordable housing options with a short train ride to Merced or Fresno in California's Central Valley. Residents of Eugene, Oregon could access jobs in Portland's tech sector or booming recreational industry with a 35-minute commute. A Houston salesperson could prepare for an important client meeting in Dallas with dedicated Wi-Fi and ample workspace while gliding past the notorious congestion on I-45. A college student in Atlanta could make it home for Thanksgiving in Charlotte while picking up grandma along the way in Greenville, South Carolina. International tourists visiting Disney World in Orlando could extend their vacation with a day trip to the Gulf beaches of the greater Tampa Bay area. High-speed rail will directly create scores of well-paying, family-supporting jobs in the construction, operation, and maintenance of a modern transportation network. This will also spur a new American manufacturing renaissance centered on rail development. Envision our vast Great Lakes region with its powerhouse experience in manufacturing being transformed from the Rust Belt of America to the new rail belt of our nation. High-speed rail decreases regional disparities by stitching together economic growth capitals with underdeveloped population centers and revitalizing neglected urban cores with transit-oriented development. One tragic legacy of expanding our highway system is the demolition of urban neighborhoods that disproportionately affects communities of color and low-income residents. High-speed rail reverses this trend, reconnecting communities and offers a more equitable access to transportation. High-speed rail has an unmatched track record of safety. Japan, with the world's first high-speed rail network, has carried millions of people over 50 years without a single fatality. In comparison, as many as 40,000 Americans are killed every year in auto accidents on our highways. As an all-electric system, high-speed rail provides a major climate solution by decarbonizing a large portion of our transportation sector and thus ensuring a sustainable environment for future generations. Over 20 nations around the world, including Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa, have benefited from robust and consistent levels of government investment in advanced high-speed rail networks. China has invested over $1 trillion in high-speed rail, allowing them to build a world-class 22,000-mile network in 14 years. Not taking a pause, China plans to construct another 21,000 miles of track over the next 9 years. Modern infrastructure like this fuels China's explosive economic growth, making it challenging for us to compete with them in the 21st century. On the other side of the globe, the United Kingdom is currently doubling their rail network with a $120 billion investment. France has invested over $160 billion in constructing their system. Spain's 2,000-mile high-speed rail network is the largest in Europe, costing more than $175 billion. These are considerable investments by nations that are similar in size to Texas. With this in mind, we concur with Secretary Buttigieg's recent statement, and I quote, "I don't know why people in other countries ought to have better train service or more investment in high-speed rail than Americans do," end quote. A nation that has undertaken bold infrastructure projects in the past, such as the Erie Canal, Transcontinental Railroad, and Interstate Highway System, can surely realize the vision of a national high-speed rail network. So we offer these 4 recommendations for making high-speed rail a success in America. Number 1, a national plan of action, which includes establishing a new high-speed rail development agency within DOT with the task of advancing project corridors, administering funds, expediting permitting, ensuring connectivity, and adopting safety standards. 2, immediate and large targeted investments to fast track the development and construction of the top 5 projects of national importance. Completion of these projects will build the momentum and confidence to build out a national high-speed rail network. 3, the establishment of a rail trust fund to ensure completion of individual high-speed rail project corridors. Dedicated, robust, and consistent funding will not only reduce project costs and development timelines, but unlock sources of private capital and with a reliable federal partner. Number 4, adopt best practices, global standards, principles, and system government structures that have been proven in half a century of high-speed rail operations around the world. In summary, we believe one of our nation's greatest opportunities of the 21st century can be realized by this committee. We urge you, without delay, to invest substantially in high-speed rail and help write America's next great chapter for this country. Thank you for your time and inviting me to testify today, and I'm welcome to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs, for your testimony. We will now move on to member questions. Each member will be recognized for 5 minutes. I'll start by recognizing myself. Mr. Porcari, the current rail system in the United States is based on centuries-old methods of transportation. High-speed rail can dramatically change the way that Americans travel, and it really could open doors to a whole set of possibilities for regular travel and commuting that were thought not to be possible. What would be the benefits of fully integrated high-speed rail network in the United States?
Mr. Chairman, it's a great question. There'd be multiple benefits from a fully integrated high-speed rail system in the United States, starting with the effect on the local economies. History has shown throughout the world and in the United States that as you build higher speed rail and build ridership in that virtuous cycle, it has local spin-off economic development benefits, not just in the station areas, but for the local economies as well. It also can connect major metropolitan regions with less populated parts of the country, enabling them to benefit from economic development as well. Finally, the U.S. manufacturing, U.S. employment, and other secondary and tertiary economic benefits are really important here as well, because we can literally build an industry that has good paying, family supporting jobs. And as you heard from Ms. Eckert, for example, skilled trade opportunities for the future. So the building the economy of the future, I believe, requires a diverse and balanced transportation system where high-speed rail is an integral component of it, and local jurisdictions have the ability to build on those plans.
And given the high cost of the network and the lack of immediate identifiable source of funding, what are your thoughts on how to fund the high-speed rail quickly?
Mr. Chairman, as I testified, I believe a passenger rail trust fund should be our ultimate goal here. And without that consistent funding year after year, which is what it takes to build a program of projects around the country, we simply won't get the national system that we need. Every transportation revenue source should be a candidate for that passenger rail trust fund.
Thank you. Mr. Washington, and it's good to talk to you again. I had a quick conversation with you during the transition time, a call that we had. But equity in rail is one of my top priorities as chairman of this subcommittee. Your testimony states that high-speed rail can connect rural areas to urban cores, opening the door for new innovative ways for people to travel and expanding their potential commuting range. High-speed rail has the potential to deliver serious benefits to Americans, and we must ensure that all Americans stand to benefit from such a network. How would we implement high-speed rail so that all Americans can equitably benefit from it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to talk with you again. One of the examples that I put in my testimony was high-speed rail from rural areas. There is one of the highest poverty areas in Northeast from Los Angeles that is affordable. Houses there are $250,000, $300,000 a year, whereas in Los Angeles they are about $700,000 a year. And so high-speed rail can really play a role in bringing folks from those rural areas to the urban core. And the ridership for that is about 10 million people on an annual basis. And so I think in terms of equity and in terms of quality of life and in terms of people being able to fulfill the American dream, I think high-speed rail can do that. If you can get on high-speed rail and be from that high poverty area to Los Angeles urban core in 40 minutes, that is a game changer for families, and that is an opportunity for them to fulfill the American dream.
Thank you very much, and I will yield back. And we will now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Crawford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I wanted to talk to County Judge Duhon and get some insight from you. Judge, if you would, can you talk about in some detail the ways that the proposed Texas high-speed rail project impacts landowners and the environment?
Sure. Thank you, Ranking Member Crawford, for the question. We have been trying to, for many years now, trying to have a very substantive conversation with the Federal Railroad Administration regarding a lot of the impacts that this project could have on our community in Waller County. The list, it's probably too long to really go into detail here, and I've got materials in my appendix. But for example, if this is built on a berm through Waller County, it's going to severely impact drainage and flooding in this area of the county. This part of the county has been impacted. We've had 4 FEMA floods in this part of the county in the last 4 or 5 years. Our emergency routes for our emergency response, our bus school routes, we've raised public safety issues. There's a natural gas compressor station that will be just a few hundred feet from this high-speed rail line that periodically releases gas into when the line becomes overpressurized. And that's just a few feet away from a high-speed rail line with an overhead electric line. And these are just a few of the examples where we have tried to sit down with the FRA numerous times to have these conversations and be treated as equal partners. And we have been refused at every step. And that's why we have a very serious issue with the process that's been used with Texas Central Railway. I would encourage anyone on any project going forward, please don't use the same process that's been used in Texas Central Railway, because our communities are being disregarded.
Take the insight, Judge. I have one more question for you. Do you believe there's consumer demand to support Texas high-speed rail project? Do you think it would be self-sustaining, or would it need government?
Mr. Crawford, we can't hear you.
I was asking the judge if he thinks that there is sufficient demand to warrant this project, or would it be self-sustaining, or would it require government funding to support it?
There's no doubt in my mind this project will have to be subsidized. I mean, look, let's just be honest. There's very few high-speed rail lines in the world that run in the black, and the 2 that do are very heavily subsidized. And so, you know, we've had an environmental impact process that we've gone through for many years with public input but it was all predicated on the fact that this line would be privately financed. I think the results of the EIS could have been drastically different if they had said this is going to use public money. But all that being the case, that's also why the FRA never looked at the feasibility of this project. And honestly, there's been several independent studies. The Reason Foundation, and this is detailed in my appendix, the Reason Foundation took a very hard look at the numbers, and they found that the ridership was substantially overstated. They're saying, you know, they're looking at getting 16,000 trips a day between Houston and Dallas. Right now, flights alone, just the flights are at, 2,000 and some change, and that's declining. So you would have to get everybody off an airplane to get on this train, and then you still have to get 13 to 14,000 people out of their cars onto a train. And I'm just going to tell you, in Texas, that's going to be impossible. So this project will never cash flow. The numbers don't work.
Well, Judge, I appreciate your insight, and Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. We now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. DeFazio, for 5 minutes. You're on mute, sir. You're still on mute?
There we go. All right. I didn't mute myself, so you guys must have muted me. Thank you. To Mr. Bakari, I mentioned the example of Virginia DOT looking at not high, but a higher speed rail connection in lieu of an expansion of 95, which had a more than a 100% cost saving. And they figure they can get even better, more efficient throughput. You mentioned going from DC to New York and used examples of how there was no money available in terms of rail and the percentages that would go for aviation or highway. But has anyone costed out what it would actually cost to expand adequately highway capacity from DC to New York, the way VA did, Virginia DOT did from Richmond to DC, and or I don't know where the heck you'd get the airport capacity. I don't think you can't land any more planes at LaGuardia, and Kennedy obviously is a bit distant. Could you cost that out? Did you compare it?
Mr. Chairman, for the Maryland portion of I-95, we did at the time take a look at some preliminary costs, and there were some environmental hurdles in a prospective NEPA process that actually at the time led us to abandon that process. It would also require the kind of multi-state cooperation, which is very difficult in the best of times, and a series of coordinated projects between multiple states, between Maryland and New York in that example. By contrast, what we have today in the Northeast Corridor passenger rail system is cooperation among the Northeast states. We have a well-established pattern of increasing service, whether it's commuter rail or mainline Amtrak service. And the Virginia example that you cite is, I think, a very good one and very instructive in that you have a partnership of CSX, the Commonwealth of Virginia, and Amtrak that actually came to an agreement on badly needed improvements that will serve both the freight and the passenger rail network. And it's a bit of a misnomer at this point to call that the Northeast Corridor when it's being extended through Virginia, and there are projects right behind that in North Carolina. So I think the pattern has been set in a positive way for cooperation on core multi-state corridors like that. What we're missing is the consistency and predictability of multi-year funding and a federal partner if the states are willing to put up their share.
Yeah, got that. There's been criticism of high-speed rail or even higher speed rail once constructed or novel will require subsidies. Are you aware of any high-speed rail project in the world that isn't government subsidized? I know Virgin in Great Britain says, well, we make money. Yeah, you make money. You don't have to maintain the rail bed. The government does that. All you do is put a train set on it and run it.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Mr. Chairman. The virtually everyone that I'm aware of in the world has had a very big public investment in the infrastructure itself. The operation by a private operator can be very profitable. I would point out that that is no different conceptually from our airways system, for example, where federal taxpayer investments make possible the operations of our airlines, which in turn are profitable. And no different than there are very profitable trucking industry in the US, which is enabled by the public infrastructure investment of the highway system itself.
Great. To Mr. Washington, the high desert rail corridor you're talking about, obviously that California high-speed rail, for whatever reason, started in the valley instead of going into the urban areas on either end or out of the urban areas on either end. I've never understood that. How are you going to get out of LA and get, do you have right of way for that? And then what's the potential for connecting to the private project projected out of Las Vegas? You're muted, Phil. They muted you. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. The potential is very, very good to make that connection with the private railroad. And actually that is the plan. And we are working with that private railroad right now to do that. That connection with the help of some twin bore tunnel will allow train speeds to be at anywhere from 180 to 200 miles an hour, getting from that high desert corridor to Los Angeles. And so it's a huge effort. It links up with high-speed rail from the north as well, with the link up coming into Union Station as well. So I think the potential to link up both of these are very, very great. And we're working with both entities.
And what about the right-of-way issue? Do you have right-of-way for the LA section?
Yes, we have some of the right-of-way, and we're working on some of the other. But I think the high possibility of acquiring what we don't have is very possible.
Okay. All right. And then one other thing you've talked about previously, you didn't get much chance to talk about, and this will be the last thing because I'm going to run out of time, would be the Center for Transportation Excellence. I mean, I want to see the value added and the manufacturing jobs here in the United States of America. You know, we're trying to get rid of the Chinese communist government-owned CRRC and the very, very heavily subsidized BYD. Tell us a little bit about the Center for Excellence and the prospects there.
Well, one of our ideas very quickly is right now we have, as you know, Mr. Chairman, assembly plants all over the country. What we are proposing is a soup to nuts, all included manufacturing outfit in this country that manufactures trains from the ground up, forging steel, all of those things. So we have proposed an industrial park with suppliers on site as well to actually build, again, from the ground up, passenger rail car vehicles and locomotives. It is the return of manufacturing to this country as we see it. We can be that. We can be the center of transportation excellence in the largest county in America and bring in people, low income, foster care kids is what we're thinking about to help educate them to build trains in this country. We have the land, we have the willingness from our elected officials to do that. There is a great demand for rail cars in this country, as you know. And so we're leaning forward in the foxhole to stand up an industrial park in this country.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman yields back, and now recognize my good friend, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Payne, and always great to see you, even though we're halfway across the country right now with, an expensive high-speed rail system. Maybe one day we could get back and forth from DC to Illinois. in a very fast and effective manner. But right now, we've got to look at the reality of how do we build any of these projects that my colleagues have been talking about and the witnesses have been talking about without investing in new technologies in high-speed rail. Look, I've got the high-speed rail corridor between Chicago and St. Louis that runs right through my district. We've used it as an opportunity to combine tracks and combine opportunities so that some of our urban areas aren't cut off by multiple rail lines within the same community. And given your background, Mr. Porcari, with DOT, is there anything from a policy perspective that we can do to encourage adoption of newer technologies when it comes to high-speed rail?
Yeah, it's a great question, Congressman Davis. And the short answer is yes, there are things that we can do to encourage it. The federal research enterprise, the R&D investments that are made by various federal agencies, including the Department of Energy, can be valuable parts of this. And the transfer of manufacturing technology through the Manufacturing Extension Partnership in the Department of Commerce and other parts of the federal enterprise can be an integral, vertically integrated pipeline, if you will, to take this technology, pilot manufacture it, and then make sure that we have a private sector industry that actually manufactures it here in the US. We have never, in an integrated way, tried to capitalize on the economic potential across the board, including manufacturing and R&D, and that's clearly an unrealized potential of high-speed rail.
Well, great. I'm glad you agree. You know, I learned before I even got to Congress when I worked on projects, rail projects along that corridor as a congressional staffer, that even some of the underpass projects that we needed and overpass projects that we needed implemented that were tertiary to the operation of the rail system, you know, they were more costly and more delayed because of a regulatory environment that encouraged long and cumbersome environmental reviews. Mr. Porcari, this is why I introduced the One Federal Decision Act that would limit all of the environmental reviews and other what I consider the paperwork processes to 2 years. Now, as we look ahead and we talk about high-speed rail projects that will hopefully get to the speeds that, you know, we've witnessed over in other countries, but how does that regulatory process, from your experience at DOT, how does it slow down the ability to actually achieve the goals that are being discussed here today versus just talking about them in perpetuity into the future?
The regulatory process, Congressman, can clearly be a burden and get in the way. It puts a premium on front loading the process, on thinking right up front about how you do that. One example is actually California High-Speed Rail, where the delegation of the NEPA process to the state level, it's the first time it's happened with a rail project, from the federal level, has resulted, in my opinion, and I think if you look at the numbers, in a much more streamlined process with better environmental outcomes. So this is not an either or issue. There had previously been highway projects where the NEPA process was assigned to the state level from the federal government. It has now been done for the multiple EISs and EAs that are required for the California High-Speed Rail project. And I think that should be a model for the future, because one of the things that you do as part of that process is you get all of the environmental review agencies around the table in day one, not sequentially, but concurrently.
Now, that's a very good point. I agree with you. I certainly hope that all of us on this committee realize as we look ahead at policy proposals that we take what's been successful, like you just mentioned, and then not have it as an exception. If it's working as an exception, then why in the world wouldn't we make every state and every project eligible for the same thing? So I look forward to working with you in the future, Mr. Porcari, and the rest of the witnesses too, and my colleagues, to implement some good policy, just like you mentioned. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. We now recognize my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to our witnesses. I want to start by reinforcing the point that Chairman DeFazio made, that demand would follow supply. for efficient high-speed rail. I represent, and our chairman represents a state, New Jersey, where people crowd onto trains every day. At least they did before the pandemic, even though those trains take about as long to get them from New Jersey to New York City as they did 100 years ago, when part of the trip involved getting on a passenger ferry to cross the Hudson River. That's how little progress we've made, and yet we still had standing room only until recently. If we had better, faster train service, absolutely the demand would follow, and I think that's true in many parts of the country. So to understand the problem, as you said, Mr. Porcari, we have to follow the money. We heard that since 1949, the federal investment in our highway system has been around $2 trillion. So we didn't let our highway system live or die on the free market, did we? To borrow a phrase from Judge Duhan.
No, Congressman, we did not. What we actually provided in that example is consistent multi-year funding with essentially a guaranteed cost to complete the interstate system.
Right. And had we not done that, I would imagine that the United States would look a heck of a lot different than it does today. In fact, we probably have radically different population totals in states that overwhelmingly rely on the highway system. Meanwhile, federal investment in rail has been around $96 billion, just 96 since then. Compare that to China, where in just the last 14 years, you've had about $1 trillion of government investment in building up a high-speed rail network. The United Kingdom, my understanding is that they're investing about $120 billion just now in expanding their existing network. So just now, a current investment in the UK that is greater than the sum total of all of our investments since 1949. Let's talk a little bit about the brass tacks of how this works on the Northeast Corridor, which of course you know very well. We have Acela trains, of course, that theoretically can run up to 150 miles an hour. In reality, that would be still pathetic compared to France and Germany and China, but in reality, we don't come close to that. So my question for you is, as a practical matter, why can't we have nice things? What are the physical, practical impediments to achieving higher speeds? Is it the tracks? Is it the catenary? Is it something else? What are the political and regulatory obstacles? And are these obstacles surmountable in your view?
Congressman, we certainly have technical obstacles. You mentioned catenary, the right-of-way itself, the alignment of it. None of those are insurmountable. We have a 111-year-old tunnel in New York. We have a B&P tunnel in Baltimore that's Civil War era. Those are not the biggest obstacles. It is more a question of will. What we want to do as a country in infrastructure, we do. And we've never made rail really the priority that I think it needs to be. And we've never provided meaningful choices for the states to select rail and build a multi-year rail program because we don't have the funding part of it. There are other regulatory and other issues, but I would say that the passenger rail system in the US is moving from a survival mode to a growth mode. And I think that's a very healthy thing for the country, whether you're talking about our cross-country service, one of the coastal corridors, or the Midwest service. All of that is really important. And just the same way we built the interstates, city pairs aggregating into a national system, we can really do that with the passenger rail system if we have the will.
Well, thank you so much. And, just to close, for me, it's a practical question. It's a matter of competitiveness. It's about whether the United States can do and be seen to do great things again, but it's also a question of freedom. I want my constituents, I want all my colleagues' constituents to have the greater freedom to choose to live where they want to live, to be able to get to work in a variety of different ways that people all around the world have and Americans do not. And I hope that's something we can come together around on this committee. Thank you so much. I yield back.
And thank the gentleman. It's duly noted that It's not a mistake that 4 members of the New Jersey delegation are on transportation. We are bound by railroads in our state, coming from every direction in every community. So this is a very important topic for us. Now I recognize Mr. Weber for 5 minutes. Believe you're muted, sir. You're still muted. Okay, we will move on. We will recognize my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa. I believe you're muted, sir. Okay, next we'll try Mr. Fitzpatrick. Okay, we'll move on to Mr. Stauber. Oh, Mr. LaMalfa is,
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate good to see you. I'm a little tied up right now. Can I defer to a little later on this panel, please?
gentlemen can defer. Now
Thank you. I appreciate it.
We will try Ms. Burkett. Did I say it right? Burchett. Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Chairman Payne
All right.
and Ranking Member.
Yes.
I am here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, all the witnesses today. The original price tag for California high-speed rail, I've been talking about California's high-speed rail, was supposed to be a $33 billion. Over the past decade, price has exploded to more than $100 billion and keep going up with no deadline for completion. This project is unpopular in California, and Governor Newsom has stated that there simply isn't a path to get from Sacramento to San Diego, let alone from San Francisco to Los Angeles. As mentioned by Judge Trey Duhon in this hearing, this is taxpayer-backed disaster with no expectations of it working today, tomorrow, or next year. The failed project has also replaced farms, small businesses, and houses with help-built train tracks, and has ruined rural and suburban communities. In 2019, the Department of Transportation stopped payment of $929 million to California and ended its agreement with the state for high-speed rail because of their continued failures on the project. When Secretary Buttigieg testified before this committee, and I raised these concerns, he said, "We have not had the type of resources or commitment that other countries have. $100 billion is a lot of resources. My constituents are already taxed enough with California state and local taxes, and skyrocketing gas prices making it unaffordable to live. I just came back from Texas. Their gas price was $2 something, and we are paying over $4 in California. We must preserve our local economy by lowering taxes, not raising them. And we must not continue throwing tax dollars into a high-speed money pit." As I stated this, Judge Duhon, like you, I have a question. I'm not opposed to high-speed rail. California's high-speed rail has failed, and the Texas high-speed rail project is supposed to be privately funded. I am concerned about taxpayer subsidies going to this project if it continues to follow California's track record for mass delays and cost overruns? What are some of the lessons we learned from both these projects? It is fair to compare Japan's successful high-speed rail system to this project we're talking about in the United States today. Since I've been riding these high-speed rail in Japan, I was raised in Japan. You know what? It's very reasonable price and you can go really fast. So I'm not really against it, same as you. But just give us those lessons that what we can do in the United States.
Thank you, Congresswoman, for that question. And you know, that's really gets to the heart of the matter. If we're going to do successful high-speed rail, we have to really look at the factors, the real factors that makes high-speed rail work. And what are those factors? There's been a lot of folks that simply take the position because you have a densely populated area in Houston and Dallas, that if we drop a high-speed rail line in between those two, that everybody all of a sudden is going to go to this high-speed rail line and ride it. And that's simply not true. There's so many things that go into what makes high-speed rail successful. I'll give you one example. The Reason Foundation has done studies where they have found that where you put in high-speed rail, where there was previously existing transit service, where you're replacing an older mode with a newer mode, and people are already used to using transit. And the example in Japan that you gave is a perfect example. A lot of people in Japan don't own their own vehicles. Their employers pay and subsidize for them to get on that high-speed rail. Between Houston and Dallas, you know, we have maybe 2,000, 3,000 flights a day that go between Houston and Dallas, and a lot of those are business travelers. So when you compare, it's just not apples to apples. And that's why this project, we've said from day one, would never cash flow. You know, where's the end terminus? For example, the station in Houston is still 9 miles away from downtown. So how do your business travelers get to the station rather than just go down to Houston Hobby Airport and fly to Love Field, which puts them 5 minutes from downtown Dallas? So these are all the kind of factors that go into. I can just tell you this. When you're looking at high-speed rail and you're looking at costs that have gone from 10 billion to 30 billion, and it really didn't cash flow at 10 billion, and then you have 30 billion, and you've got these very high projected ridership numbers, I just can tell you this. The folks in Waller County, the folks that I know, a family of 4 is not going to pay $1,000 to ride a train between Houston and Dallas when they can get there on a $50 tank of gas an hour and a half later. It's just not going to happen. So it's not a mass transit solution, at least not for this corridor. And I think we got to be real careful, because otherwise it will having a project like this fail will hurt projects where they should go, like on the Northeast corridor, where you already have people that are using transit and we need better transit in those areas. But this project, for a lot of reasons, does not fit the mold for successful high-speed rail.
Thank you, Judge Duhon. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Mr. Moulton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to direct another question to the judge. I spent some time living in Dallas, and I'm very familiar with Texas, and appreciate all the uniqueness of that state. You stated that you don't believe, in your personal belief at least, that the Texas Central Railway will make an operating profit, that it will require continued subsidies after construction is complete. Does your highway system and airport system require continued subsidies?
I mean, Congressman, thank you for your question, first off. And of course, highways and airlines and airports, I'm sure highways in Texas, of course, are primarily built by TxDOT along with federal funds. So absolutely, there's no doubt about that.
We've actually transferred about $158 billion in general funds. So, not quite twice as much, but almost twice as much as we've invested in Amtrak in its entire history into the Highway Trust Fund. So not user fees, that's general funds transfers just since 2008. So actually, there's a lot of operating subsidies that go in there, and that's not even talking about the operating subsidies that go to things like the highway patrol and emergency services. There's a lot of there's a lot of support structure required to subsidize these highways as well. We did a study in Massachusetts that looked at the subsidies that taxpayers pay for our highway infrastructure here in Massachusetts. It was $60 billion a year, whether or not you own a car, because that's not in user fees. And I know that I-45 between Dallas and Houston is the second deadliest stretch of highway in the entire country. So you look at what they're planning to build there, it's pretty significant. Are you familiar with the plans to widen I-45 and make other highway improvements between Houston and Dallas, and how much those will cost?
Yes, Congressman, I am familiar with the projected cost of the expansions, and there is a cost to transportation. There's no doubt, and subsidies. I just would remind everyone that this project in Texas Central Railway was never predicated on public dollars. It was predicated on a privately financed system. So
Yeah,
I think
I understand that, Judge, and I agree that that is how the project was initially sold. It's interesting, you never hear a highway project being sold on private investment because, frankly, the business community does not see a return on investment for highway projects, except in very rare circumstances with toll roads. And so it's actually a remarkable testament to the innate efficiency of high-speed rail that you can get a positive return on the investment. In infrastructure funds invest in high-speed rail systems all over the world for construction. But there are a number of high-speed rail systems that actually operate at a profit, whereas it's very hard to find highway systems that operate at a profit at all, even after the infrastructure is built. When you look at the system, that is not just the companies that travel over it. When Microsoft looked at the Cascadia corridor up in the Pacific Northwest, and we've heard testimony from Washington DOT there too, they determined that to build the high-speed rail line would cost half as much as expanding the highway by just one lane in either direction. And of course, if you just expand the highway, no one goes any faster. Lots of studies and experience have shown that congestion actually just increases over time. But even in a perfect scenario, driving in the middle of the night, you might go 80 miles an hour, which is a far cry from 250 miles per hour on ultra high speed rail in the Cascadia corridor. Because of that travel speed difference and the time difference, you also get all these additional benefits that you wouldn't get from expanding the highway because businesses, travelers, families are much closer. You can live in many more places and still work downtown than you could before. They've estimated about $350 billion in economic benefits if you build that high-speed rail system. And so just do the math. I mean, if you want to build high-speed rail for half the cost and you get $350 billion in additional benefits, that seems to make a lot of sense. But there's another thing that, and then by the way, these same estimates apply to California, where it looks like about twice as much money to expand highway and airport capacity. It also takes less space. Mr. Porcari, last question, we just have a few seconds. How much do you have to expand highway lanes to accommodate the capacity of a single high-speed rail line? In other words, how many highway lanes does it take?
In the California example, Congressman, it's 6 lanes and 91 airport gates and 2 new runways.
Okay, so that's going to take a lot of space and
Yes,
a
it is.
lot more farms and houses, as my colleague from California was mentioning, than building high-speed rail.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and after I recognize the next member on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Moulton will take the gavel for a set period of time. I now recognize Mr. Burchett for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you very much. Allowed me to be here. My first question is for Mr. Washington. You discussed some of the benefits of high-speed rail done right with seemed like you had extra emphasis on the done right portion of it. but your state's high-speed rail project currently underway has already more than doubled in cost, and its completion date has been delayed nearly 10 years. And I'm wondering, how is this an example of what you would consider to be a high-speed rail done right?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. I understand the concerns and the reservations that some members of this body have with California high-speed rail. The best I can do, though, is speak on behalf of my agency, which has jurisdiction over rail across the largest county in America, that is LA County. But we're confident that if given the appropriate resources and the best practices that we have employed, that we can dramatically improve the lives of people in our county. And some of those are, property acquisition done right, limited change orders, decentralizing decision-making, partnering with the contractor and the various cities. This template has worked for us, and I think it can be replicated around the country. And I think that doing it right, and I had an emphasis on doing it right, that includes the things I just mentioned, I think we can build high-speed rail all over this country.
Okay. Secretary Bakari, you talked about the need for us to create a passenger rail trust fund, much the same as our current highway trust fund. How do you propose generating revenue for that? And can it be done without raising or creating new taxes?
Congressman, thanks for the question. A passenger rail trust fund should be funded from, should be eligible for every transportation revenue source that we currently have. And there are ones on the horizon that potentially may raise revenues as well, like highway-based user fees. But the real point is that any form of surface transportation should be on a level playing field for federal funding, whether it's rail, highway, or other, and let the local jurisdictions decide what is the right mix for them.
Okay. Judge, let me ask you, many of the high-speed rail projects seem to favor the urban areas over the rural areas of America. And based on your experience, what do you think we can do at the federal level to make sure that taxpayer dollars are being wisely spent on projects that will benefit everybody? Is that even possible?
Thank you, Congressman. I really do appreciate that question, because that is the one thing that has struck me, having dealt with the proposed project between Houston and Dallas for several years now, and having interactions with the Federal Railroad Administration. You know, we just ask that local communities be treated as equal partners. That is the biggest thing I can emphasize, to have meaningful and substantive conversations where we can talk about how this will impact our community and how can we either work around that or work through it. You know, the city of Waller, which is partly in Waller County, they have been working for decades to build the city center. It's really going to be a beautiful concept. The high-speed rail line just blows right through the middle of it and completely destroys it. We wanted to sit down and have some conversations. Maybe can the route be adjusted? Can they look at other routes other than the one that was pre-selected? And the FRA would really refuse to engage with us, and it was so disappointing. I was also president of the Waller County Subregional Planning Commission. This was a group we put together for the purpose of engaging in coordination with both federal and state agencies. We could not get anywhere with the FRA. We requested to coordinate with Texas Department of Transportation because they are a state agency. They are also required to coordinate. And they met with us once, and we went through and told them all the impacts that this could have, and please give this to the FRA. Please make sure they are aware of these. And then when we tried to have a second meeting with them, they refused, and they refused because they were being instructed by the FRA not to meet with us. If you can believe that, they were instructed. That's what they said. We are being told not to meet with you.
What does the FRA stand for?
Federal Railroad Administration.
Okay. I was making sure it wasn't some Texas deal.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm from Tennessee. We know about TVA and
okay, I got you.
The IRS and the rest of those.
We had to sue TxDOT in state court We won. We had to take it up on appeal. We still won. And then when they sat down with us and we said, okay, so tell us what's going on with this project, they said, we're no longer a co-lead agency and we're not in the loop anymore. So it was almost a concerted effort to keep us from engaging and having any input in the project. So please, any successful project has to have meaningful engagement with the local communities that you are going to substantially impact when you bring a project like this through the middle of their community. That's what I would ask.
I appreciate you saying that. I think it goes back to what Mr. Washington had said about the template that you have in place. You have to get it up front. A good lawyer friend told me one time, good fences make good neighbors. And
That's true.
Y'all didn't have the good fences.
I've seen 25 years. I can say that is absolutely true.
Right on. Chairman Moulton, I yield the rest of my time back to you, brother, and it's good seeing you, my friend.
Good seeing you too, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for serving our country, brother.
And you too. And you too. Great to have you great to be on the committee here with you. So next we're going to go to Congresswoman Newman of Illinois.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and there we go. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Today, this has been a very informative day, really all over the place around higher speed rail and high speed rail. And I have some macro questions, and then if anyone wants to elaborate behind them, and they're focused at Mr. Porcari, Mr. Washington, and Mr. Coons. Because I would like a macro level look at it, but also perhaps Mr. Washington could give us a more of a micro level look at it. And so it's fairly simple. So in my district, well, ironically, I have more lines of track than any other district in our nation. We have several transportation deserts. It's fascinating, right? And they have to do with connecting commuter lines so people can get from point A to B. There are these big gaps where shift workers have to walk for several miles across counties or string together bus, rail, walking, and other. And we've come up with some unique solutions. There's some public transit on demand ideas, what have you. But what would solve that is some higher speed rail programs that were very short in nature, like less than 20 miles of a stretch. And I can think of 2 or 3 areas where literally thousands of folks go from point A to B that are shift workers that would really benefit from high speed rail. There's also some wide open spaces. Now, I know that we have NEPA regulations that, phase 1 and beginning of phase 2, very tough with regard to displacement and finding the space and all of that. There's no shortage of issues. But the question then becomes, how expensive is it to not do this? How hard is it on the environment to not do this? And how deadly is it to not do this? And my question for Mr. Porcari, I'll start with him, is that has it been studied the impact of not doing higher speed rail and high speed rail?
It's a great question, Congresswoman, and there is certainly an opportunity cost in not doing this work. And you're seeing some of that, some of those calculations being done by metropolitan planning organizations around the country right now on different modal choices. And for example, adding commuter rail, adding better transit service, what that means in environmental terms. And it's very project specific, obviously. But if you look at the growth of the country on the long-term basis, it's clear that we need to balance our transportation system with better rail choices, with both new and emerging technologies, if we're going to do it. And in environmental terms, if you look, for example, at California's cap and trade program, emissions reductions and the drive towards emissions reductions are changing policies around the states. And so that I believe that's something you're going to see more states doing in the future because of those avoided emissions.
Thank you. And then if Mr. Coons or Mr. Washington have any other comments, I have one more quick question after that, but if either of you want to contribute, I'd love to hear.
Yes, very quickly. How expensive is it to not do it? I think we can quantify that in lives and lives lost on our highway system. And I think when I think about a system and moving people, you mentioned 20 miles, this is ideal for a light rail system. We are building many much track of light rail systems here in Los Angeles County. And I think about the systems that go directly into our nation's airports as well. You know, there could be, you know, 50, maybe 100,000 people working at some of our larger airports, and trains get a big portion of them to that airport. I think the last thing I would point to is the environment, you know, how we want to live. We know that transportation is the biggest emitter of pollution. And so how expensive is it not to do this? I would measure that in lives.
Thank you. And Mr. Coons, if you have anything to share.
Yes, thank you for that question, Congresswoman. The other big thing that hasn't been mentioned is the cost of people's time and waste sitting stuck in traffic or stuck in airports. It's estimated to be several $100 billion a year. And as a business person, time is money. So if all your people are taking all day to get anywhere, your entire company is less competitive, especially against nations that actually have these efficient systems, and then they can outcompete us.
Well, good, thank you. And rather than do my next question, I just would like to enter for the record that I suggest at both the city metropolitan level and at the DOT level, and I'll share this with the Secretary of Transportation, that we stop quibbling about whether it should or should not be done and all of the stumbling blocks, because there are prior issues attached to this. There are NEPA challenges, there are construction challenges, there are everything. I think we have to start coming together and thinking about how we get this done and not why it should or shouldn't be done, because it's clear it needs to be done. And then I will say one final thing. There's no better reason to do it rather than to create opportunity to make our environment cleaner and healthier and to save lives. So I'm hoping that when I do have my meeting with Secretary Buttigieg, that we can just move forward on getting this done and figure it out.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Your time has expired, but I agree, and I think it's important to just point out in that regard that you know, Judge, you were complaining about the process. They seem like very legitimate complaints you had with not being involved in the process. Of course, that was under the Trump administration that EIS was handled with the FRA. I think you'll find a different reception with the Biden administration. Okay, next on the list is my colleague from Indiana, Mr. Carson. Mr. Carson, are you here and unmuted?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, sorry about that. I was having some technical difficulties here.
We still can't see you, but we can hear you.
Yeah. So I'm curious. So the need for federal government, essentially the need for, I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with this camera. Okay, I'm sorry. So the need for federal investment, this is for everyone, compared to other industrialized nations. In terms of the United States, our passenger rail investment falls far behind many of our allies. Now, as you all know, opponents of more federal investment, some on the committee, argue that private investment is more important than federal investment. What would you say to rebut those views?
Yeah, if I may, Congressman, the two are not irreconcilable. So there are many rail systems that are privately operated with an operating profit that are built on a governmental investment that built the infrastructure. So and public-private partnerships are an established model that have worked around the world for rail operations. But again, I would point out that it's taken a public funding component to make those happen in every case.
And I would add to that, if I could, Congressman. I think the need to build and rebuild infrastructure in this country is so great that we need what I call the three-legged funding and financing stool.
Mhm.
The first stool is the federal government. That is one of the legs. Currently, that leg is wobbly. And then you need local investment, like we have here in LA County, Measure M. We went to the voters. And then finally, the private sector. That three-legged stool is what we need to build and rebuild infrastructure in this country. The private sector equity, they want to invest in infrastructure. We know that leg is strong. The local initiatives, the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a 70% success rate on local initiatives. And that stool is strong. The wobbly one is the federal. If we get that right, I think we can build and rebuild the infrastructure in this country.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Chairman, now you're back.
I thank the gentleman. And just so everyone knows, there are several Republicans who said they would like to come back. If you do come back to the hearing, please just let the committee staff know and we'll get you on the list. But for right now, we're going to go to the next Democrat on the list, who is Ms. Wilson from Florida. Ms. Wilson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And to Mr. Chairman and to Chairman Payne and Ranking Member Crawford for today's hearing. In the early 20th century, the arrival of Henry Flagler's railroad put Miami on the map. My grandfather migrated from the Bahamas to build the railroad and helped to incorporate the city of Miami. As we build back better, Congress must invest in this industry to increase our country's rail capacity. This investment will create high-paying jobs, union jobs, and will help rebuild our middle class. In addition to high-speed rail, we need to provide increased funding for heavy rail projects. For decades, I've fought to construct heavy rail on the 9-mile North Corridor project in my district to connect my community to more opportunities. I thank the witnesses for appearing today, and I have a few questions. This question is for Ms. Eckert. My mantra in Congress has always been jobs, jobs, jobs. Can you speak on how the California High-Speed Rail Authority small business policy, coupled with the Buy America standard, have spurred the state's economy, generated jobs, and supported more than 600 small businesses?
Sure. Thank you, Congresswoman, for the question. So the California High-Speed Rail Authority and the California State Construction Trades Council have a community benefits agreement. And in the agreement, there are certain targeted hire provisions. A certain percentage, about 30% of the workers in the area should be making about $32,000 to $40,000 annually. And 10% of those workers should be comprised of people who are facing traditional barriers to employment. This has created an opportunity and a road for those individuals to participate in high standard registered apprenticeship programs and work under proper worksite safety standards, give fair compensation, and then a road to the middle class that would follow them to more projects than just the California High-Speed Rail project. So their skills are transferable.
Okay. In your testimony, you spoke about the California High-Speed Rail's project's community benefits. Please highlight how this agreement helped disadvantaged workers and workers facing traditional barriers to employment.
So just from my last answer, it's a targeted hire program. So that ensures that people in the disadvantaged community have access to the apprenticeship programs that are in that area. So those individuals, people who emancipated youth, previously incarcerated individuals have the opening point to participate in the gold standard apprenticeship programs and then work on the California High-Speed Rail project.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kunz, In your testimony, you emphasized the role of the federal government in spurring investments in high-speed rail. Please elaborate on the benefits that other countries are receiving from their robust government investment into infrastructure, specifically high-speed rail.
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. Every country that's built high-speed rail has benefited numerous ways. It's created jobs, it's created access, it's brought economic development to depressed areas, it's enabled people to be efficient with their time, it's enabled them to find affordable housing, affordable transportation, to get home quickly, to be with their families. The benefits are just numerous, and every nation that has built this has all experienced those same benefits. And we are definitely set to experience all the same here in this country, because a lot of our lines have the exact same perimeters of the city pairs, the population densities, and the mobility of a population.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman for yielding back. And with no Republicans showing up so far, I will go to my colleague from Washington on both this committee and the Armed Services Committee, Ms. Strickland. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chair and Ranking Member Crawford. It's my honor to be here today for my first hearing as Vice Chair of this subcommittee, especially as we look forward to the future of high-speed rail and how this is going to increase our competitiveness, equity, and economic development. So I'm thrilled to start with Rachel Smith of the Seattle Metro Chamber of Commerce to speak to high-speed rail opportunities in the Pacific Northwest and Washington State. Now, as you've noted in your testimony, Ms. Smith, the Cascadia Ultra High-Speed Rail Corridor line could result in the reduction of 6 million metric tons of CO2 over the first 40 years of operation. So from an environmental perspective and for the economic development of the metropolitan Seattle region, it's clear that this investment will do a lot of work.
They only have Democrats here now.
So Ms. Smith, how's the Pacific Northwest, through Cascadia or otherwise, uniquely poised to implement high-speed rail spurred by federal investments?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman, so much for the question. Our region is poised in so many different ways to take advantage of robust federal investment in ultra high-speed rail. First of all, we have the coalition. So as I mentioned in my testimony, we have elected officials from the highest levels of government in our state and nationally, all the way down to local elected officials who have said they support high-speed rail being developed in our community. So we really have robust coalition support to do this. We also have a history in our region of, as I said, sort of partnerships to get big projects like this done. Typically we rely from a funding perspective on local, regional, and state taxes, public-private partnerships, which have been mentioned, fare box recovery, and other sort of internal revenue generation, and then, of course, a robust federal partnership. So we exercise those muscles well to be able to put together funding package to accomplish big projects. We also have a great relationship with our labor community in terms of both the public and private sector, and I think that is, helps streamline all of the work that we would want to do for the actual project delivery. And then, I think, again, at the end of the day, our community has made a commitment to transit. We have made a commitment to transit in our bus service. We've made a commitment to transit in light rail. We recently passed a $54 billion light rail package. In 2016 and 2008, we passed an $18 billion light rail package. So our community has made those commitments to transit, and we're starting to see the benefits of that. So I really think that we are poised in every way, from coalition to funding to partnerships with labor to a commitment to this kind of technology and this kind of growth in our community.
Great. And I have one other question for you. We know that congestion on Interstate 5, I describe as soul crushing, whether you're trying to get from Seattle to Tacoma down to Joint Base Lewis McChord into the state capitol. And this has everything to do with access to jobs. It has to do with readiness for our troops at JBLM, the largest military base on the West Coast. And we know that we often say to folks, well, let's just add another lane of highway. And I'm sure this was touched on already, but can you talk again about what the Secretary of Transportation for the state has said about the cost of adding a lane of I-5 on the same corridor versus investing in ultra high-speed rail?
Absolutely. I mean, the bottom line is there is no way to meet the capacity to move people through the highway system as there is on transit. Every rail line that we add is exponentially more people. And when we really think about, the efficient movement of people and goods, there is absolutely a need for our highway and road system to work. As I said in my testimony, to carry goods from our manufacturing and farms into our communities, cities, and towns. But for the efficient movement of people, we really need to have robust investments in transit and rail, that sort of reliable, grade separated rail, again, exponentially moves more people and does it at a cost lower than a new highway lane in our region or in any region.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentlelady for her questions. And I would just add, if we build high-speed rail, no one's going to force you to take it. You have that freedom of choice that Americans don't have today, and yet travelers all around the world have. I don't understand why travelers in China should have so much more freedom than we do today in America. High-speed rail would rectify that. I now turn to my colleague from California, Ms. Napolitano. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to first address my question to Phil, a good old friend. How are you, sir?
Great.
Can you talk about the Union Station improvements in the Santa Fe Springs, Rosecrans, and Marquardt grade separation in my area, funded by the high-speed rail, and why are they important to my community? I know Marquardt and the overcrossing is going to be a tremendous help, but can you expound on that, please?
Yes, and great to see you, Congresswoman. First on Marquardt, this is the deadliest grade crossing probably in the country, definitely in the state of California. And high-speed rail money is providing a grade separation at that most deadly area in the country. And I think it will save lives. I know it will save lives. And it will be very, very efficient. Union Station will be the hub for high-speed rail when it comes down. Also, it is the hub and the link to Southern California for Amtrak, for our commuter rail service, Metrolink, and our great system here in LA County. The improvements that high-speed rail has funded is in the neighborhood of $423 million to develop a flyover, if you will. Union Station is a stub-in station, meaning trains come in and they have to leave the same way. They have to back out. And so the efficiency of a run-through track on here in Los Angeles and other historic train stations make it very, very efficient. Trains do not have to idle, sometimes up to an hour before they leave out. So those improvements, both at Union Station and Marquardt, are very, very needed and will save lives and also make things more efficient.
Thank you very much. I look forward to learning more about the benefits it's going to bring. Mr. Porcari and Mr. Kuntz, in seeking federal investment for high-speed rail from all taxpayers, how can we ensure that the low income can afford the tickets to high-speed rail?
Congresswoman, it's a great question. And one of the ways that we can do that is through a fair structure that recognizes ability to pay, through working with employers to encourage employer contributions towards the cost of using the system, and making sure that in general the affordability for everyone of the system is of paramount concern. Any operator of the system, if it's a private operator, that should be part of the contractual arrangement where affordability is considered.
Mr. Kunz.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'd like to point out in France, the country that has a mature high-speed rail system actually has launched a second no-frills high-speed system that literally you can get from like Paris to Nice for about $20. So the beauty of high-speed rail is that they're very efficient systems, they're very high capacity, and they're not that expensive to operate. So it's actually easy for these operators to provide low-cost tickets for everybody to ride. So these are really meant for everybody.
Well, it's a little different because I was able to go on some of those in Europe a while back, but the government owns the land, so there isn't a problem with eminent domain and issues that precluded from going over. So I think that somehow we have to be very cognizant that low-income taxpayer whose money goes into it is somehow recognized and be able to help. I don't know if their employer will be willing to pitch in, but I certainly hope that we can come to a solution because it doesn't seem fair that taxpayers' money going into this process and not getting benefit out of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
And I thank the gentlelady. We'll now go to Ms. Titus from Nevada.
Thank you very much. Mr. Washington, I represent Las Vegas, so many of your constituents are coming back to my district now, and we're glad that they are. But they often have to spend hours sitting on I-15 just in back-to-back traffic that's hardly moving. And you see that on the weekend, Friday coming and Sunday going. So that's why I'm excited about the development of the Brightline West project that'll connect the two areas, Las Vegas and Southern California. And you mentioned in your testimony that a recent study estimated that the annual readership would be over 10 million people. We are optimistic about that too. And so that would put this inner city rail line among the top in terms of ridership. So I wonder if, given your role in managing a multimodal transit system that serves tens of millions of passengers every year, how your agency is coordinating with projects like Brightline West to ensure intermodal connections, and what lessons you've learned to date that other metropolitan areas like Las Vegas could use to get these kind of projects developed.
Well, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. And yes, Interstate 15 is terrible. I was up in Barstow at the National Training Center, being a retired Army guy. I went up there and talked to some troops at Fort Irwin. I think the 10.8 million riders annually is a real number. From Apple Valley or Las Vegas to Apple Valley and then on to Los Angeles. The High Desert Corridor, the land and the right-of-way that we have purchased, being the LA Metro Authority, is paying off. We have about $170 million or so for right-of-way acquisition to help Brightline get from Palmdale, which is about 54 miles out, all the way into Los Angeles Union Station, where I happen to be right now. And so we are, and the connection, once they get to Union Station, branching out to all areas of LA County and connecting to the system, the local system here, is incredible. I think the other thing that I put in my testimony is being able to come from an affordable area, which is a high poverty area in a place called Palmdale, and be able to get to Union Station in LA within 40 minutes opens up a whole range of opportunities for families. So we are working very, very closely with Brightline right now on environmental issues, electrification issues, and those things. And our hope is that they will break ground. I know they're going to be breaking ground within the next 12 months or so.
Well, I'm very encouraged by that. I think they will too. And we've been trying to work it with the Ways and Means Committee to lift the cap on some of those bonds that they have applied for to use in the construction of it here in Nevada. So I see it not just as a tourist train, but as a business travel train. And even some people may live here for the tax purposes and commute to work somewhere in California, or for some reason back and forth.
Yes, yes, and that is the idea. The idea is if you can get from Vegas to Los Angeles in what, 2.5 hours or something like that, that is incredible. And on the way, people can go either way. If they live in Apple Valley, they can go to Las Vegas to work, or they can go to Los Angeles to work and still have affordable housing. So it's, I think it's a project of regional and national significance. Just because of the economic benefit to people that otherwise would not have that, i.e. low-income folks.
I agree. I think we need to think regionally, not just locally. And this is a good example of a project like that. There's no reason that the Southwest can't be united like the Northeast is. Our distances are longer, but we have other advantages that they don't have. So thank you very much. I'll yield back.
I thank the gentlelady for her questions. And of course, we can't, as Americans today, travel quickly travel at high speed, I should say, between California and Nevada and then back to California. But we can do that on this committee. So we go back to California with my colleague now, Mr. Huffman.
It's good to have a high-speed connection with you right now, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank you. I want to really commend Chair Payne for choosing to focus on this important issue. And what I've heard today is that if we do this right, investments in high-speed rail can improve connections between communities, provide better access to jobs, housing, and other social services, rebuild America's manufacturing base, and create good paying jobs that will depend on that manufacturing, while giving us a cleaner, more efficient way to move people as we tackle the climate crisis. That's all pretty exciting to me. And I want to bring attention, though, to the title of this hearing, which is When All of This Potential Meets Limited Resources. And it's really no wonder that we face this dilemma, especially when we compare the United States to other countries around the world. We've really starved investment in passenger rail capacity while lavishing generous federal matches on highway funding, and you get what you pay for. So many state transportation projects, we know, receive robust federal support. But as was pointed out, Secretary Porcari pointed this out. If you look at the much maligned California high-speed rail project, their 2030 business plan anticipates 85% of its funding from state sources, only 15% from federal. We've got the 5th largest economy in the world. California is a leader in tackling climate change, and it's been able to keep this project alive by dedicating a significant portion of its cap and trade revenues. But other states don't have those kind of resources. All states that want to step into the 21st century with high-speed rail are going to need more federal support to do it. So Secretary Porcari, you discussed the underinvestment in rail relative to highways and aviation, and you use Baltimore to New York City, that corridor, as an example. Heading south, you also have Baltimore to Washington, and you've got existing service with Amtrak and MARC. Even with the dedicated trust fund that you recommend, we're going to be stretched to fund projects and also build new projects that don't cannibalize ridership from existing service. So I want to ask you, how can we ensure that high-speed rail complements rather than competes with existing service in corridors like this?
It's a great question, Congressman. And first, the service characteristics of high-speed rail versus, say, commuter rail are very different. So the high-speed rail service would typically be over longer stage lengths with fewer intermediary stops. But in practical terms, states today are required to make those difficult financial trade-offs that you talked about. And one of the early activities they would likely engage in is to make sure that they're not cannibalizing their existing service in the planning process by making sure that any investments are net ridership increases, and in both environmental and equity terms are actually a plus for the communities as well. That's part of the philosophy and certainly the purpose behind the NEPA process to begin with. It's also a fundamental tenet, I think, of good interaction in community planning. And you can codify that through a community benefits agreement, where the local communities know exactly what they're getting in terms of benefits, whether it's local employment or better commuter rail service in return for that investment.
All right, I appreciate that. Mr. Washington, I would love to hear a little more about this manufacturing hub that you described. That's an incredible vision about building these systems entirely here in the United States and all of the good jobs and other benefits that would be associated with that. Can you tell us a little more about where this would be, what it would look like, and what we would get out of it?
Well, what we envision, Congressman, is an industrial park with suppliers on site, with a test track on site. Usually, when you get rail vehicles, they have to be tested, and it takes long to get into the testing queue in Pueblo, Colorado. And so that takes a lot of time. There are climate chambers where the vehicle needs to be tested as well. So what we're proposing is a soup to nuts manufacturing facility, train people to build trains in this country and build locomotives in this country and manufacturing them in this country. I think the economy would benefit. The place that we're looking at, we're still talking about that, but it would likely be in the North County area of LA County, where there's a ton of space. There's room for a test track. And we see being able to offer us as the house person, not to coin Las Vegas too much, but this is a way that the local economy can make money by bringing trains in from all over the country to be tested at a manufacturing facility right here in this country, instead of relying on vehicles right now that's made in Spain, that's made in France, that's made in Canada. Let's do it here, is what we're saying.
I thank you.
Thanks so much. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and we are now going to go to Massachusetts, where my colleague, Mr. Auchincloss, has been a great addition to the community. You know, Mr. Washington, you were earlier talking about changing Los Angeles Union Station from a terminal into a station by making through tracks. That's a project that we've been trying to do here in Massachusetts to connect our two stations in Boston that are only a mile apart, but have always been disconnected. Doing so would finally complete the Northeast Corridor from Virginia to Maine. And it's a project that was originally delayed by the onset of World War I. So we talk about the consequences of not investing in rail over the past century. There's a great example. In that intervening time, we have literally built two entire highways in that short space, in that short span. We built a highway in the 1960s. We tore it down and built another highway since then. Those stations still remain disconnected. Mr. Auchincloss, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton. I've been enjoying this hearing a great deal because high-speed rail is at the intersection of really three critical issues for my district and my home state. One is housing affordability. 60% of extremely low-income individuals in Massachusetts are paying more than half their incomes on rent, and home prices in Massachusetts are skyrocketing, up 11% since 2019. We've got a huge congestion crisis. Pre-COVID, it was very bad, and unfortunately, it's coming back as the economy reopens. The average driver in Greater Boston is spending more than $2,000 a year in the cost of congestion. And of course, we've got a climate crisis, and the transportation sector in Massachusetts accounts for about 40% of our net carbon emissions as a state. And high-speed rail can be a part of resolving all three of those crises in conjunction with other transportation policies like complete streets and mobility as a service and investing in buses. And for that reason, I've been and will continue to be a strong supporter of my colleague, Mr. Moulton's high-speed rail vision, which has really been a substantive and I think compelling vision for how we can do high-speed rail as a country. The challenges that we've had, of course, have been how to pay for this effectively and how to overcome issues with land use entitlements and regulations that can obstruct it along the way. And there are a couple of different approaches to that in the form of national infrastructure banks that have been circulating around Congress. There's one version in Financial Services Committee on which I sit, another led by Chairwoman Valoro. And they all have slightly different takes, but overall, they take public sector money to then leverage private sector investments. They politically insulate decisions about how to invest in strategically important national infrastructure projects. And they work with state infrastructure banks to provide them the technocracy and tools that they need to make good investments as well. And so high-speed rail to me sounds like a great example of where a national infrastructure bank could be very helpful. And I'd like to ask Mr. Porcari, as well as Mr. Kunz, who represent sort of the public and private sector dimensions that might both be at the table in a national infrastructure bank, to discuss, if you were in the room as we were chartering this institution and it was going to be investing in high-speed rail, what would you feel like you needed to have guaranteed and part of the charter and of the way that the National Infrastructure Bank would operate in order to be confident that we could be investing in high-speed rail and getting it built on time and under budget? And Mr. Porcari, maybe you could start.
Congressman, it's an excellent question. In addition to the characteristics of a national infrastructure bank that you described, I would say above all, consistency and predictability. One of the downfalls of the public-private partnerships that we've had in the U.S. is everyone is bespoke. We don't have a kind of a standardized template. As a consequence, you can't price the political risk of that kind of partnership in America. If we look to our neighbors to the north in Canada, UK, Australia, and other countries, while not perfect, where they've used those kinds of public-private partnerships, it's a much more tightly defined system where the community and elected officials obviously have input early and often, but there's also an endpoint to that where you have some certainty and the financial markets understand that certainty.
Pricing political risk, a very good way to put that. Thank you. And Mr. Kunz?
Thank you for that question, Congressman. I think you're on the right track there. We do need a structure where there is substantial funding available to the tune of several $100 billion. We need to be focusing on key projects and getting them to completion, not spreading the money all over the country. And then we need to enact structures to run the system so that you can have private competition on them. You leverage the value capture that the station areas create, feed that back into some of the funding sources, and also setting up coalitions to work with the local communities as these systems are developed, where the stations go, where the routes go, those kinds of things. So it's really a comprehensive program. And like I said, prioritizing the important projects to make the case and get those to completion so that the public can ride them and see them. And then that really opens up the sort of the floodgates for the rest of the country.
Reducing political risk and prioritization. I want to, in any balance of time that I have, also allow Ms. Eckert to weigh in here as well, because we need to make sure that unions are at the table for these projects as well.
Sure. Thank you, Congressman.
10 seconds, so try to be
10 seconds. Oh, I just wanted to add that new and novel technology should also be covered under the Railway Labor Act, and therefore those workers the appropriate labor standards to the workforce that they have had for the last century.
All right. Thank you for being so concise, and I thank my colleague and friend from Massachusetts. And we're now going to go down to Georgia for Mr. Johnson. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a very important hearing, and it's apt that you, Mr. Chair, are sitting in the chair for part of this meeting. I support the Seth Moulton High-Speed Rail Plan, and also support the American High-Speed Rail Act. And you've been a real champion, and I want to commend you for that. Mr. Kunz, thank you for being here today. It's a pleasure to hear from the High Speed Rail Association on the need for a bold, transformative investment in high-speed rail in America, a network And there's been some hesitancy surrounding high-speed rail that comes from concern about the lack of capital. Your testimony talks about the importance of establishing a high-speed rail development agency within the Department of Transportation, as well as a rail trust fund to provide the capital needed to build out an HSR network. What is your response to those who find the vision of an American high-speed rail network too expensive to make, and they think that the investment would not be worthwhile? What is your response?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for that question. We really just have to have a vision. We have to look at what these systems have done for the rest of the world, and then look at America and how we're struggling with congestion and climate and energy foreign oil dependency and all the problems we have that are all slowly dragging our country down. And so by investing in high-speed rail with a big vision, bold funding, and really aggressively building these projects, we can see these massive transformations take place all across our country. Everybody can participate in this and benefit from it. And so, like I said, this isn't fantasy. This is proven out all over the world to deliver all the things that we say that it will deliver. And it's based on, like I said, seeing it happen in these nations.
Yeah, before we had one highway running through the nation. We had a rail network, and it's been said that it was rail that opened up America. Can you can you comment on the fact that America has not kept up with its rail investment over the centuries and how it has left us in an uncompetitive posture in relation to other countries around the world?
I thank you for that. I think the biggest thing is that people need to realize that highways and aviation are actually low volume modes of transportation. So we're trying to put too many people through those systems, and it's causing basically a hardening of our arteries of our entire nation. So by having high-speed rail, it opens up sort of the floodgates of our economic development, our mobility, and everything, so that it makes us more efficient as a nation, makes each company more efficient that operate within the nation. And again, if we don't keep up with China and Europe and the rest of the world, they leave us in the dust when it comes to global competitiveness, because we are taking so long to get anywhere. It costs us so much to do anything versus other countries that can get to 3 meetings in a day and be back to their office and just have super efficient countries, basically, when you have these.
Yeah, there have been so many locations around the nation that have been left out of economic development. So equity, not just in urban communities, but in rural communities. How can we enhance the economic prospects of people in rural areas through high-speed rail?
See, that's one of the beauties of high-speed rail, is that in a corridor, let's say, for example, between San Francisco and Los Angeles, it's not just like the way aviation only would make economic development in the 2 endpoints. High-speed rail connects all the cities in between, and they're now connected into that entire mega region of economic development. So the Central Valley, perfect example, is a place that had very high unemployment, very depressed economic conditions, and it will now be connected into both economies of California, the northern San Francisco economy and the southern Los Angeles economy. And those exact same things will happen in corridors all over the country, because these have stops in between. Not every single train stops at every station every hour, but they will have access into the system so that people can get jobs and opportunities, and it works in both directions. The economic development also comes to their towns because of the access. So companies can locate back office operations there. People can, move more things to these other cities that you wouldn't normally go to because they're too far.
I want to thank the gentleman for his
Thank
time.
you.
Time has
Thank you.
expired.
I yield back.
Thank you very much, sir. One of the example corridors I often like to talk about is Chicago to Atlanta, because most Americans don't think that those cities are close enough for high-speed rail. It's about the same distance as Beijing to Shanghai, which is one of the most popular high-speed rail corridors in the world. But of course, it would do so much for all the economies in between Chicago and Atlanta if you built that out, which is something that just expanding highways or airports wouldn't be able to do. So thank you very much for the question. And I now want to welcome Congresswoman Johnson from Texas. Thank you so much for joining the subcommittee hearing this afternoon. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. And let me thank you for conducting this hearing. To me, it is clear that the development of high-speed rail system, not only in my state of Texas, but across this great nation, would provide tremendous economic and environmental benefits, while simultaneously decreasing traffic congestion in America's cities and metropolitan areas. According to the Texas A&M Transportation Institute, the cost of congestion has already increased by nearly 50% from the previous decade. And further estimates forecast that national congestion costs will continue to escalate in the coming years from $179 billion in 2017 to $237 billion by 2025, an increase of 32%. For my state, a high-speed rail system between Texas's largest metropolitan areas would greatly improve travel between large engines of economic opportunity and growth, as well as offer a desperately needed option to the often busy and congested trip between Dallas and Houston by highway. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to participate today in this important discussion, and I'll yield back, but I reserve for questions to the witnesses on the number 2 panel. Yield back.
And I thank the gentlelady. It's been a pleasure to chair this committee hearing, but I've not done it without error, because I mistakenly skipped over Mr. Garcia from Illinois, who is up next. Mr. Garcia, you have 5 minutes, and my apologies. Over to you.
Oh, no apologies needed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Moulton and Ranking Member Crawford, for pulling this hearing together. High-speed rail, whether it's wheel on steel or maglev technology, holds significant promise in the US. Future connectivity, development, you name it, but the fact is we're still dragging our feet, not just on implementation of new technologies, but even in how we operate what we already have. As many of you know, I hail from Chicago, the modern day birthplace of the labor movement. I represent a lot of working class blue collar families who quite literally keep our trains running. That's why fellow Chicagoland Representative Schakowsky and I are introducing legislation to ensure railroad employee unemployment benefits don't get subjected to sequestration and cuts as the market ebbs and flows. We want to make sure that these hardworking men and women who keep our trains running have all the rights and protections that they deserve. That's why I think it's absolutely critical that any new form of railroads, high-speed wheel on steel or maglev, hyperloop, you name it, are classified as rail carriers. Ms. Eckert, what kind of ramifications would railroad workers face if new types of railroads were not classified as rail carriers? Would those workers lose out on benefits that currently rail carrier employees have?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. Yes, so railroad workers covered under the RLA do benefit from the Railroad Retirement Act, but also we have not faced the same wage stagnation as the rest of the country, and that is due to the high union density of railroad workforce. Comparatively speaking, studies have been done that typically the wages of a peer group for a workforce that's not unionized is about 11.2%. But we can identify a peer group by contracting out of work that we typically have done, specifically mechanical work. And then with that data set, we could see that people performing duties similar to us or even the same duties as us, but not covered under the RLA, make about $16,900 less than we do a year. So in areas like where I come from, $16,900 is a lot of money. And also you are not guaranteed the same retirement benefits as you would if you were covered by the Railroad Retirement Act.
Great point. So given today's testimonies, I want to take a step back and ask a broader question about what are the key obstacles our country still faces in terms of making high-speed rail a reality. Mr. Porcari, based on your years in the industry and at the Department of Transportation, what is your estimation, are the key obstacles keeping us from making high-speed rail a reality in this country?
Congressman, thanks. It's a great question. And one, we need to think big. We need to, as I've mentioned before, level the playing field so that jurisdictions throughout the country can make the choices that make sense to them. And I am confident that high-speed rail and higher speed rail, among other train choices, would be something that is supported by local jurisdictions if there was some funding parity in it. We also need to really fully load the cost of the transportation system we have now. Its environmental impacts, its safety and life safety impacts, and think about a safer, more environmentally friendly mode of transportation that's a genuine alternative for both urban and rural areas. And that really is a rail system, something you don't build in a day. But if you have the confidence that it's going to be a long-term effort and be supported, something you can do just as we've done with our aviation and highway system.
Thank you. And that question for Mr. Coons. Obstacles and how do we make it a reality in the U.S.? Mr. Coons, are you there? Mr. Coons? If you're not there, I'm going to yield back to the chair.
We seem to have lost Mr. Coons for a minute, but I want to thank the gentleman. Mr. Garcia, are you going to yield back?
Yes, I yield back to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman very much for his questions and for all the members of this panel for participating. We've learned a lot, and I know we opened this panel with a critique from my colleague, the ranking member of California High-Speed Rail. It reminds me that just 10 years ago, when I was at Harvard Business School, I did an in-depth financial analysis of California High-Speed Rail. And we came to some interesting key conclusions. One, the project was going to cost more than they were saying at the time. And of course, that's been proven true. And it certainly had its fair share of missteps and poor leadership along the way. I think things are in much better hands now. But another conclusion we reached is that even at a much higher price tag, it still costs a lot less than expanding airports and highways to meet 2050 demand. But when we talk about that capacity piece, the fact that one high-speed rail line has the capacity of 6 to 10, some people even estimate 12 highway lanes, the other conclusion we showed is that in 2050, while the expansions that you would have to do to airports and highways to meet demand would just get you there, if you build high-speed rail instead, you'd be able to go much beyond 2050 to meet future demand as well. And we talk about this generational opportunity to invest in infrastructure with the American Jobs Plan. I think it's critical that we not squander this generational opportunity by investing only in the last generation's infrastructure. So I've learned a lot from this panel, and I want to thank everybody who's participated. We are now going to go into a short recess before the next panel. So if you would all please rejoin us in just about 5 minutes. The subcommittee shall stand in recess subject to the call of Chairman Payne.
The subcommittee will come to order. I now call up panel 2, and I ask the witnesses on the panel to please turn on their cameras and keep them on for the duration of the panel. I would now like to welcome the witnesses on our second panel. Mr. Carlos Aguilar, President and Chief Executive Officer of Texas Central High-Speed Rail. Mr. William Flynn, Chief Executive Officer of Amtrak.
Not going on.
Mr. Josh Geigel, Chief Executive Officer and Co-founder of Virgin Hyperloop. Mr. Andres De Leon, Chief Executive Officer, Hyperloop Transportation Technologies. Mr. Michael Reininger, Chief Executive Officer of Brightline Trains. And Mr. Wayne Rogers, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Northeast Maglev. Thank you for each of you being here today, and I look forward to hearing your testimony. Without objection, our witnesses' full statements will be included in the record. And as with the previous panel, since your written testimony has been made a part of the record, the committee will request that you limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Mr. Aguilar, you are recognized for 5 minutes. You're on mute.
Ranking Member Crawford, members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify today to share our vision of high-speed transportation. My name is Carlos Aguilar, CEO of Texas Central, the most shovel-ready rail project in the United States today. Texas Central is a transformational project. We will link the 4th and 5th largest metro areas in the country, separated by 240 miles, which is right in the sweet spot of high-speed rail. These are the only 2 metro areas in the United States that grew by over 1 million people each between 2010 and 2020. Most travel between them is an I-45, a congested road with the highest fatality rate per mile of any highway in the country. We need solutions, and we need them now. Texas Central is a traveler safety program. We will save at least 800 lives during the life of the project, moving passengers to our train and taking thousands of cars off the road. Our technology has transported over 10 billion passengers without a single accident or fatality. Texas Central is a jobs program, generating over 17,000 craft jobs in Texas and 20,000 supply chain jobs across 37 US states. At the core of this is the Business and Workforce Opportunity Program, our version of Build That Back Better, created 3 years ago to develop small, rural, minority, women, veteran, and disabled individual-owned businesses. Every contract we sign sets specific inclusion targets, the highest ever attempted in heavy construction in the United States. Texas Central is a climate change program. It will eliminate over 8 million tons of CO2 emissions during its lifetime, the equivalent of shutting down 7 large power plants for a full year, reducing air pollution near roads that impact communities of color most. We will also use less land. In fact, our 205 mile per hour train requires 28 times less than a new highway. Texas Central is a global competitiveness program to leapfrog past China and other countries in high-speed transportation by bringing the safest, most efficient rail technology to America today. At the same time, we will support American suppliers to build a new industry, injecting over $12 billion into American jobs and products. For example, we will buy 1,100 miles of rail and a total of over 1 million tons of American steel. Texas Central is focused on all Texans, connecting 2 vibrant metro areas, but also bolstering rural communities by creating high-paying jobs, expanding first responder and healthcare capabilities, and providing new services such as broadband internet. Our investors have contributed $700 million so far with no federal or state money. Funds from 22 Texan families looking to leave a positive legacy for the state, other American investors, and our close ally, Japan. This is paid for the permitting and de-risking of the project. We have obtained major regulatory approvals. completed ridership studies, advanced engineering, and attracted expert companies to execute the works and operate the system. We have secured the station sites and other land for the project. This is why we're ready to get shovels in the ground to help transform American transportation and to fulfill the promise of high-tech jobs for the new economy. The direct cost of construction will be $24 billion. Total cost will depend on funding sources, interest rates, risk premiums, and other factors. The funding plan includes participation of banks from Japan, Italy, and Spain, alongside potential support from USDOT, which we aim to secure. At Texas Central, we're honored to have bipartisan support of mayors, legislators, and other elected officials, including Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner, Dallas Mayor Eric Johnson, Fort Worth Mayor Betsy Price, to name a few. Without the vision and strong bipartisan support of leaders like Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman Kay Granger, Congressman Colin Allred, and Congressman Seth Moulton on this committee, this project would not be ready to go today. On behalf of the entire Texas Central team, I would like to thank this committee for its efforts to assist projects like us in accessing the RIF program and other high-speed rail initiatives. We look forward to working closely with all of you, the USDOT, and the Federal Railroad Administration to make this a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mr. Flynn for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Payne, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Crawford, and members of the subcommittee. I'm proud to represent Amtrak's 17,000 hardworking employees and have the opportunity to discuss Amtrak's critical role in advancing high-speed rail in America. As America's only high-speed rail operator, Amtrak strongly supports development of high-speed rail in all markets where it makes sense. This includes in the Northeast Corridor, the NEC, where we stand ready to advance President Biden's vision of making our existing high-speed service much faster, and in new or existing markets which have the population levels and other attributes that make such services successful. Building high-speed rail and expanding overall intercity passenger operations require a strong federal commitment and substantial and reliable federal funding through a trust fund-like structure. This is the most important lesson we can learn from countries with successful high-speed networks. There's simply no substitute. If we funded highways the same way we funded intercity passenger rail to date, we'd still be driving on dirt roads. High-speed rail must be part of a much broader rail strategy. Our goal shouldn't be to develop high-speed rail lines in only a few corridors which take years to yield benefits. We should develop a modern, efficient, trip time competitive intercity passenger rail network that includes high-speed rail. Every high-speed system in the world relies on a foundation of high-quality, conventional intercity rail that allows passengers to connect to high-speed services. The development of such systems has generally been undertaken by the nationally owned railroad to ensure effective service integration, economies of scale, and uniform standards. Amtrak is well suited for the job, created with the legal authority and having the fleet, the core systems, the trained employees, and the experience necessary for the job. We are transforming the Northeast Corridor into North America's only 160-mile-per-hour operation. And given that high-speed rail lines take many years to develop and construct, an average of 16 years according to a 2018 European Commission study, we should start right away by continuing to develop the NEC and initiating conventional and higher speed services in the many corridors that we've identified for improvement or expansion in our recently released Amtrak Connects Us vision. For some of the 60 corridors that we've identified, high-speed service should be the ultimate goal, such as corridors in Texas, Florida, and the Pacific Northwest. Many other corridors have opportunities to achieve 110 or 125 miles per hour in the near term, such as the Richmond to Raleigh segment of the Southeast High-Speed Rail Corridor. Pursuing such a strategy will give us a realistic, achievable, scalable plan for a network of expanded intercity and high-speed passenger rail service throughout our nation. Our Northeast Corridor operations demonstrate the success of this model. Our Acela service dominates in certain segments, such as Washington to New York. Years of investment have improved all levels of service and allowed high-speed trains to benefit from the connectivity and access provided by regular intercity and commuter trains. With additional investments, we can deliver much faster service, generating enormous economic benefits. With funding to replace ancient infrastructure on the NEC, such as the 148-year-old 30 miles per hour BMP tunnel south of Baltimore, and additional investments costing less than $50 billion, Amtrak could significantly reduce trip times. For example, a trip between Washington and New York City would take only 2 hours. Washington to Baltimore would take just 21 minutes. Investments like these would create thousands of jobs, enable faster and more frequent commuter rail service, and contribute directly to the fight against climate change. Taking an Amtrak train on the all-electric NEC produces 83% fewer greenhouse gas emissions than driving, and 73% fewer than flying. Our nation needs a comprehensive network of high-quality intercity passenger rail service that includes high-speed rail. And Amtrak's ready to deliver that. Deliver that in partnership with the federal government, states, and private entities such as Texas Central and Brightline. If intercity rail is going to meaningfully contribute to the president's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and help create the expanded mobility, greater economic opportunity, and enhanced equity we desire, we need a broad program anchored by a federal commitment and dedicated funding. Thank you for your time and your support, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We appreciate you being here. And now we will hear from Mr. Geigo for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chairman DeFazio, Chairman Payne, Ranking Member Graves, Ranking Member Crawford, distinguished members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the critical work that we are doing to bring our transportation network into the 21st century. I'm Josh Geigel, CEO and co-founder of Virgin Hyperloop, the first new mode of mass transportation in over 100 years. In the same way that highways and transcontinental railroad reshaped America, Hyperloop would once again shrink distances across the country in urban and rural areas alike. In 2014, I co-founded this company in a garage when Hyperloop was just an idea on a whiteboard. By late 2016, we began construction of our first full system test site, DevLoop, north of Las Vegas. To date, we've completed over 500 tests of our system. Several members of this committee have visited DevLoop on congressional delegations, including Chairman DeFazio and Ranking Member Sam Graves, in addition to a number of senior DOT officials. Today, we have approximately 300 employees and are the leading Hyperloop company in the world, and the only company to have had passengers travel safely in a Hyperloop. Hyperloop is a high-speed surface transportation system. Travel occurs within a low-pressure enclosure equivalent to 200,000 feet above sea level in a vehicle pressurized to normal atmospheric conditions, much like a commercial aircraft. This, along with our proprietary magnetic levitation engine, allows us to reach and maintain airline speeds with significantly less energy than other modes of transportation. Not only is Hyperloop fast, it's a high-capacity mass transit system, capable of comfortably moving people and goods at 670 miles per hour with 50,000 passengers per hour, per direction, on demand, and direct to your destination, meaning no stops along the way. That's the equivalent of a 30-lane highway. The benefits of our system are significant. Trips that take hours today could take minutes, providing businesses access to more extensive labor and consumer markets, and providing individuals and families with a wider range of opportunities for employment, housing, healthcare, and other services. We achieve all of this on a fully electric system with no direct emissions. Hyperloop transportation is not just about improved mobility of people and freight. It means new jobs, supply chains, environmental and energy efficiency benefits, enhanced safety, and US international leadership in an emerging technology. I believe it's important to bring these benefits into reality promptly. So we've worked with the Department of Transportation and several congressional committees of jurisdiction on the establishment of the Non-Traditional and Emerging Transportation Technology Council, Net Council for short. The Net Council improves agency coordination on innovative transportation technology and has been critical to helping move Hyperloop forward in the United States. We commend this committee for including its codification in the Surface Transportation Bill it developed last year. Because of this, the U.S. Department of Transportation's guidance issued last summer that Hyperloop is subject to FRA safety jurisdiction. Legislation should make clear that Hyperloop is eligible for funding programs on the same terms as rail projects. Given Hyperloop's promise to transform U.S. transportation, additional federal funding should be provided to accelerate its deployment to enhance U.S. competitiveness in an increasingly interconnected world. Federal funding supporting Hyperloop is a down payment towards a cleaner, more efficient transportation system, not only for the next decade, but the next century. Beyond the enormous benefits I've outlined, we believe our narrow right-of-way profile with lower land requirements will allow us to avoid costly issues faced by other systems. With rapid travel speeds and efficient fleet management, we expect to significantly reduce operating costs. As with all cutting-edge technologies, we expect further cost efficiencies to emerge as our technology scales and matures. So in conclusion, we want you to know that Virgin Hyperloop is ready. It's no longer a question of whether Hyperloop will happen, but where it will happen first. In November 2020, through our Pegasus demonstration, 2 Americans became the first human passengers in the world to ride a Hyperloop system. And one of the things I didn't mention in my intro is that I was one of those 2 Americans. I can personally attest to the safety of the system and the exciting potential that this carries to transform the way that people travel. It's time to build back better, smarter, safer, and cleaner. And Hyperloop will help the country do just that. We look forward to continuing to work with this committee, Congress, and the Department of Transportation as we bring our vision to reality. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geigo. Next, we will hear from Mr. De Leon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Payne, Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Ranking Member Crawford, and members of the committee for the invitation to testify before you and share the progress that Hyperloop TT has made toward realizing the first transportation breakthrough in over a century. Over the next 5 minutes, I will provide an overview of our history and technology, share insight into our Great Lakes Hyperloop project, and describe the role the United States government can play to advance the adoption of commercial Hyperloop systems. In 2013, Hyperloop TT was founded in Los Angeles as the first company developing the Hyperloop, a new mode of ultra-high speed transportation with passenger, cargo, and defense applications. Over the past 7 years, we have built the world's largest Hyperloop company, uniting 800 contributors, 150 full-time employees, and 50 corporate partners working across 40 countries to create large-scale infrastructure innovation and secure over 50 patents for Hyperloop operations. How does Hyperloop work? Hyperloop technology levitates pressurized capsules in a near frictionless environment to safely and efficiently achieve airplane speeds with 0 emissions. Our capsules will levitate over an unpowered conductive track using proprietary passive magnetic levitation developed at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, funded by NASA and tested at full scale by General Atomics in San Diego. Removing steel wheel on rail friction and operating in a low pressure environment, Hyperloop travel requires significantly less energy than current transportation methods, reducing the money and time that passengers must spend to move between city centers. This is not a theoretical concept, but a ready-to-build reality. We are optimizing our technology in partnership with Hitachi Rail, Capgemini, and other top leading companies on a full-scale test track with more than 120 engineers. We're in discussions with infrastructure and transportation operators for commercial deployment, and we have released a comprehensive feasibility study with Ohio Metropolitan Planning Organization, NOACA, for our Great Lakes Hyperloop project. The Great Lakes Hyperloop feasibility study, conducted by independent transportation economists at Thames, found that a 468-mile route connecting Cleveland, Chicago, and Pittsburgh is profitable without government subsidies, has a 3 to 4 years construction timeline, benefit cost ratio of 2.2, and cost of only $54 million per mile, significantly less CapEx than high-speed rail or maglev alternatives. Economically, over 25 years, the region would experience a $74.8 billion increase in property value, a $47.6 billion increase in income, and a $12.7 billion tax base expansion, with a total development cost of about $25 billion. Environmentally, the region would experience a replacement of 143 million tons of CO2 over 25 years, equivalent to carrying almost half of Cleveland's annual emissions or removing over 1 million cars from the road every year. To summarize, the study found that Hyperloop TT system is efficient, it's profitable, and is sustainable, and will significantly improve Americans' quality of life and could increase US GDP by 1% when deployed as a national network. Hyperloop technology is not a distraction, it is an opportunity. While high-speed rail and maglev technologies have been around for decades and solved some of the problems of transportation, the reliance on public subsidies, energy requirements of increasing speed, and distance limitations prevent general adoption in the United States. Hyperloop technology is the economically viable, natural evolution of existing technologies, and we invite the entire American transportation industry to work with us and bring this to the American people. We are requesting assistance through the maglev Deployment Grant Program to advance pre-construction planning activities. Also, as Congress drafts transportation infrastructure legislation, we respectfully ask that you establish a new Hyperloop grant program to support further R&D, feasibility studies, environmental analysis, and other pre-construction activities as a way to improve transportation and commerce while exploring business growth and job creations across the country. Today, thousands of pieces of technology trace their origin to 52 years ago, when the United States invested in science and innovation to land an American on the moon. With minimal government investment, Hyperloop has the same transformative potential to position the US as the leader of a new era of sustainable transportation. Thank you for inviting me to testify.
Thank you, Mr. De Leon. And now we have Mr. Reiniger for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
you're on
Mr.
mute.
Chairman.
Oh, there we
Ranking
are.
member, members. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and members of the subcommittee. I'm honored to be here again, having last testified before you 4 years ago. Brightline was under construction, and some of the same topics were on the table. Since our 2018 launch in Florida, we operate the only private high-speed system in the US, showcasing the potential of American high-speed passenger rail. We carried more than 1 million passengers in our first full year and learned a lot that is worth sharing from the investment of over $4 billion over the last 10 years. From the perspective of our experience, we see multiple opportunities to again break free from the inertia that has historically restrained high-speed rail in the US. Along with the current discussion around the potential of high-speed rail, we also hear the voices lamenting the lack of advanced train systems that exist in many competing global economies. We see immediate ways to forge meaningful progress towards realizing the potential we are discussing and encourage this committee to enlist the private sector to multiply the effects of public sector investments. We have developed an approach which applies American ingenuity to the successful models observed from around the world. We carefully select travel markets that are too short to fly and too far to drive, and where introducing passenger rail presents a clear consumer value proposition. Changing current habits requires offering a better option. We use existing road alignments and infrastructure corridors to leverage previous investments, reduce environmental impacts, lower costs, and speed execution as a basis for profitability. We continue to build every day, and in 2022, we will complete the extension into the Orlando International Airport, making our total route 235 miles, linking 4 of the largest cities in America's 3rd largest state. 400 million annual trips occur between these cities today, 95% of them by car. By upgrading a freight railway first built in the 1890s and building along an express highway, we leveraged 130 years of previous investment to support our 21st century service. Brightline is on track to carry 9 million annual riders. Brightline West will connect Las Vegas to Los Angeles, where today 50 million annual trips and over 100 daily flights occur. Traveling on trains capable of speeds of 200 miles an hour, using the I-15 corridor, but cutting the drive time in half, Brightline West's better option expects to serve 11 million annual riders. We integrate with other systems to fashion a multimodal network that is diverse and convenient. Miami Central connects all local transit systems with ride sharing, bike sharing, and even e-scooters to connect our customers to their ultimate destinations. Integration requires interagency investment and innovation, but also offers real opportunity to enhance the appeal of train travel in America. Cooperation is key to advancing priorities related to jobs, climate, and equity, so the many benefits that accrue from the introduction of high-speed rail are unlocked. Revitalizing Miami's Overtown neighborhood, equitable access to transportation, and new employment opportunities are just a few of the benefits, in addition to the $6.4 billion in total economic impact Brightline has already produced in Florida. As this subcommittee looks to exact results, especially through increased public investment, we urge you not to consolidate around a single approach and not to underestimate the power private investment can bring towards crafting a national network. Consider allowing private entities to become eligible parties for FRA grant programs by partnering with currently eligible applicants as a simple way to stretch direct government investment. High-speed rail projects require large upfront investments and need cost-efficient, long-term financing. Private activity bonds helped us attract private lenders and freed up capital to be redirected into building our hard assets. Consider increasing the volume cap on PABs from the current $15 billion, which has already been exhausted, to $30 billion to create a larger pool to help finance projects. An improvement, but PABs alone is not the full solution. RIF was designed as a low-interest loan in lieu of grants to incent projects that need an economic boost. We vigorously pursued RIF, but ultimately found it ineffective for projects such as ours. RIF has only provided $6.2 billion in project funding over the last 2 decades, none of which has gone to high-speed rail. Why? These projects get laden with high upfront credit risk premiums, adding inertia that defeats the momentum otherwise gathered from a low-interest loan. If credit risk premiums were an eligible use of US DOT discretionary grant programs, much smaller grants used in conjunction with a loan would ultimately return principal and interest to the government, engage equity investment into the collateral, and lower the overall level of public investment needed to exact results. We commend the efforts of this subcommittee and believe our collective efforts can advance us towards an American high-speed rail system that will compete against the best in the world. And as an active participant, we remain fully committed to overcoming inertia and building more systems we can all ride within the next 4 years. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now have Mr. Rogers for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the subcommittee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today. We're 100% U.S. owned and franchised by the Maryland Public Service Commission to provide high-speed rail service between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore, utilizing the world's fastest proven mass transportation technology, the superconducting magnet levitation. SC Maglev is environmentally friendly, energy efficient, and deliverable today. The Northeast Corridor, or it has been named the Northeast Megalopolis, is the most populous corridor in the United States. It holds over 50 million people on 2% of the land area and accounts for 20% of US GDP and 75% of all US rail travelers. This mega region lacks modern first-class transportation infrastructure. Central Japan Railway, or JRC, began maglev technology development in 1962, and in 1997 constructed the Yamanashi Priority Line, demonstrating, testing, and proving SC maglev technology. It is fully Japanese government approved now for public use. In 1998, Congress created the maglev deployment program. The purpose of this program was not to do research and development on maglev, but to actually deploy a system at the best location in the United States. A national competition was created for states to apply and ultimately select a single project. Washington-Baltimore maglev project is the winner of that competition. Far exceeding Congress's original goals, we've entered into an agreement with JRC granting BWRR a cost-free license to deploy the SC Maglev on the Northeast Corridor. JRC's had a bullet train deployed since 1964. In 2019, it carried 168 million passengers with trains as often as every 3.5 minutes and an average annual delay of under a minute. It is the safest transportation system in the world with no accident-related fatalities in 57 years of operation. SC Maglev in Japan does not replace the bullet train. It is an addition to existing high-speed service. We anticipate the same with the US deployment of SC Maglev. Amtrak will still carry millions of passengers. We are complementary to Amtrak, and we are singularly focused on the 94% of passengers that still utilize their automobile. Our short-term vision is a standalone project connecting Washington BWI Airport and Baltimore in 15 minutes. A longer-term vision will connect all the major city centers and airports to New York City in an hour. In pursuing our vision, we're guided by 4 principles. Number 1, best in the world technology. Number 2, job creation, creating 161,000 construction job years, employee labor earnings of 8.8 billion, skilled training and union jobs for tens of thousands, increased US GDP of 23 billion from construction and 599 million a year thereafter. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, number 3. We have a written DEI plan developed along with minority firms, civil rights groups, and social activists. The goal, 40% of construction-related jobs for people of color and women. 4, combating climate change. Transportation is a major contributor to global climate change. DC to Baltimore has currently over 120 million trips per year. We will reduce vehicle miles traveled by 9 to 12%, eliminating 16 million cars and 2 million tons of greenhouse gas reduction. 2016, and full environmental impact statement began, and the draft has already been publicly released. Public hearings on the project are complete. While there are always negative comments on a large infrastructure project, 79% of the public hearing testimony testified in favor of the project. Over 19,500 people have signed a petition in favor of the project. Quarter polling since 2011 in 4 different years has shown over 86% support for the project. For example, in April 2021, polling in Prince George's County, a majority-minority community, showed 72% of African Americans in favor of the project. The private sector has invested over 120 million in the BWRR project. The Congress should replenish funding already authorized in the MDP. The government of Japan has stated a willingness to provide significant financial support for the cost between Baltimore and Washington, D.C. This precedent-setting combination of no-cost technology transfer, mobilization of financing from the private sector, offshore financing, and technical support multiplies the effect of U.S. government funding to deliver 21st century infrastructure. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Gentleman yields back. We will now move on to member questions. Each member will be recognized for 5 minutes, and I will start by recognizing myself. Okay. Mr. Flynn, I know that Amtrak currently operates its Acela high-speed rail service on the Northeast Corridor, which was the way I got here last night. The Acela service helps to transport many of my constituents up and down the Northeast Corridor. I look forward to clearing out the infrastructure backlog on the Northeast Corridor, including the Gateway program, so that Acela trains can travel at the entire full speed along the entire corridor. Can you elaborate more on where you see the Acela service and Amtrak service in general fitting in with high-speed rail?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for riding the Acela down here to Washington the other evening. And I know many members in the North are. As I mentioned in my comments earlier, we do operate high-speed rail. That high-speed rail is the Acela. And the constraints that we have near term in terms of increasing speed and reliability isn't true. A former CEO of Amtrak used to say that the way to go faster is to not go slow. And so to increase speeds in the near term on on our right of way, on our alignment, we have a substantial state of good repair backlog in track infrastructure. And as you know, certainly with tunnels and bridges along that right of way, which is why I called attention to the Baltimore Potomac Tunnel, which has an operating speed right now of 30 miles an hour. So we're operating the Washington to New York segment at an average speed of 80 miles an hour today. We can achieve top speeds of 135 miles an hour. But with improvements such that I've suggested earlier, we believe we can get the Washington to New York segment up to or down to 2 hours, a savings of 50 minutes or so, operating at an average speed of call that 113 miles an hour, for example. And on the north end of our Northeast corridor, we can make substantial improvement in our New York to Boston route, which is currently at about 3 hours and 40 minutes, and get that down more than an hour to 2 hours and 28 minutes with state of good repair investments and ultimately the investments that are required in the infrastructure.
As I stated to the last panel, equity in rail is one of my top priorities as chairman of this subcommittee. I wanted to be sure that your projects will benefit underserved communities and offer a fair shot at contracting opportunities for minority-owned businesses. To the panel, how will your projects take equity into consideration, and how do you plan to give minority-owned businesses a fair shot at contracting? I'll start with Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Chairman, as I was saying, we have very clear targets for set in each contract that we sign. And these are very specific. They are coordinated with the city of Houston for the southern part of the alignment and the city of Dallas for the northern part of the alignment. The targets are on average, 34% inclusion targets for construction and 24% for professional services. So that gives you a sense of how much of a priority it is for us. Number two, in terms of equity for rural communities, I mentioned in my statement that we will provide some additional services, broadband being one. Our plan is to have broadband alongside our alignment for up to 30 miles on either side of it, offered to the population.
Okay.
These are ways in which we would do it.
Mr. Aguilar, I'm going to have to move on. Mr. Geigo, same question, and just a quick response, please.
Thank you for the question. We are looking for a new technology. We're creating a new technology. With that, we're connecting local cities to economic opportunities using local partners. And this is going to be able to connect places along the way. There's no such thing as flyover states anymore. The ability to get more people on our network, creating more opportunities for employment, for jobs, for recreation, also for local partners to actually create the infrastructure in that particular area.
In underserved communities and
Yes, sir.
minority businesses?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. De Leon? You're muted. You're still on mute.
Mute. Sorry, I was saying that the way that we have built the Hyperloop TT company has been by radical collaboration with the environment. We are a technological company that collaborate with technological partners, small companies, big companies, a startup environment, and also with the communities. We don't know to do the job in other way. You know, that's the way that this company has been done based on our crowdsourcing effort.
Mr. Reiniger?
Yes, thank you. So for our construction effort in the state of Florida, we modeled the entirety of our program after the targets that were set by the Florida Department of Transportation for the same sorts of topics. And I'm happy to say that we have consistently met and exceeded those, the achievement of those goals throughout the construction of our process. And as to equity, through the creation of the multimodal system at Miami Central, we have dramatically increased equitable access to a number of transportation systems through this network that we've been able to craft right in the center of the downtown area of Miami.
Thank you. And what were those gold numbers?
There were 10% total for MBEs and WBEs in participation in the construction.
Okay. Mr. Rogers, very quickly.
Yes, we worked with civil rights groups and activists from the beginning, providing them a seat at the table from the start of the project. As we outlined, it's one of our 4 pillars of the project itself. We set open and transparent goals, 40% of the work going to minorities, people of color, and women. We're working with unions on training programs within underserved communities. There's lots of union apprenticeship programs for minority communities. We're working with them, and our partners sitting at the table are groups like National Action Network or Black Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, the Women Chamber, and they're all growing together, all of us working together as an integral part of developing this project.
Thank you. I yield back and now recognize Mr. Crawford for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I'm going to start with Mr. Flynn. Amtrak announced plans to expand its routes, including to several small cities where there doesn't appear to be enough demand or population to warrant those new lines. Can you guarantee that those new routes will be self-sustaining and turn a profit, or will they lose money?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Crawford. So we announced a vision, Amtrak Connects Us, which talks about expansion of existing lines and service to new areas, about 60 routes therein. The other key point that we mentioned there, Congressman, was that we would open these routes, initiate either new service or expanded service in consultation with the states and with the other authorities, be they municipal authorities, departments of transportation, et cetera. So that vision is indicative. We had a great meeting and press roundtable with representatives from the state of Colorado and Oklahoma just the other day, really a few weeks ago, where there's a huge excitement about that kind of expansion, given the massive congestion that exists on the I-45 corridor and the 5 million people that live along that front range. So we'll be deliberate. It'll be in consultation with states and communities to ensure that there's a level of ridership that will grow and can support those routes.
But you're not in a position right now to say whether or not that will be self-sustaining, and that it would, or that it would indeed require a high degree of subsidization?
I'm not in a position to say that it'll be self-sustaining. I do believe that it would require support, but that support will be largely borne by the states because these routes are in the state-supported network. And so it's really, that's why we work closely with the states, because they've got to and sign up for that economic contribution.
I got you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Geigel, I'm going to turn to you now. You and I have had opportunities to talk in the past about how companies like Virgin Hyperloop can provide opportunities to communities outside of the major metropolitan areas. Could you discuss how your company plans to use this technology to connect more rural or heartland communities?
Yes, Congressman, thank you for the question, and thank you for your work with Chairman DeFazio last year on the codification of the Net Council. So speaking a little bit on your area, like looking at Little Rock, a reasonably smaller town compared to some of the bigger cities, being able to connect to places like Memphis and into Texas, what we see is being able to reduce those connection times from hours to minutes, providing significantly more economic opportunities, but also diversification of employment opportunities for local constituents and then also companies. And so we view this as recreating the interstate network just at a substantially higher speed with a substantially reduced economic and environmental footprint. So this would give the opportunity for cities typically that are too far flung to be able to become merged together, being able to get from Memphis to Little Rock faster than you can get across uptown Manhattan. That's the power of this technology to bring to the heartland of America.
Thank you. I look forward to that. I like the idea of connecting Little Rock to Memphis in 15 minutes or Little Rock to Dallas in 30 to 40 minutes. So it would be interesting to see how this develops. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you to all the panelists, and I yield back.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman yields back, and now we will go to Mr. Moulton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're learning a lot today, and it's a great hearing, so thank you so much for bringing it together. My first question is for either of the gentlemen for Hyperloop. Perhaps we'll start with Mr. De Leon. Hyperloop promises unrivaled travel speeds, very impressive. But of course, you don't have operational systems yet. So what current hurdles do you face to demonstrate your technologies for the purposes of federal funding, and what's the timeline? Mr. De Leon?
Yes, yes. Well, first of all, thank you for the question. Hyperloop technology is ready to build, but of course, it would not make sense, to start just building it with the most aggressive strategy. Okay, we think that we need to go to a progressive strategy and to grow in the speeds, to grow in the headways, and in all
Right,
this.
I understand that, sir, but could you just tell us what is the timeline?
The timeline is basically we would be ready to build the first, as soon as we have the funding available, we will be ready to build the first commercial prototype that is 5 kilometers. It's a project that we are now analyzing to be built in different parts of the world. And from that, we expect that during that 3 years of construction, in 3 years from now, we would be able to move people, in a real commercial prototype, showing
Mr.
that
Geigle,
works every day.
Mr. Geigle, your company has safely carried passengers during tests. You're one of them. What are the fastest speeds you have achieved during those tests?
Thank you for the question. We have achieved on our 500-yard long facility in Las Vegas, top speeds of passenger tests were about 110 miles an hour. Top speeds of the system test were approximately 240 miles an hour.
And so what is your timeline for achieving 670 miles per hour with passengers?
We really need the length to be built out. So to have a system that is approximately 20 miles long or so would give us the opportunity to reach some of those higher speeds. To build that out from a timelines perspective, a couple more years of technology development, commercialization, I would say. And then towards the latter part of this funding cycle, we'd be able to start building those projects and definitely applying for them over the coming years.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. Aguilar, Texas Central is developing a Shinkansen system in the style of the Japanese bullet trains. Just give us a few points on why you've chosen that technology over some of the technologies that we've heard at the hearing, including Hyperloop, which sounds magical.
Yeah, the main reason why is the proven track record of the technology and the fact that predictability and safety is our main focus. We want to be the first in the United States. We have to show how it works, ensure it's the safest in the world and the most efficient. That is what the Shinkansen technology brings.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Flynn, I just have a couple questions for you. I've been a huge supporter of Amtrak for many years in Congress and beyond. Most recently led a bipartisan letter for Amtrak appropriations that would deliver nearly $4 billion for the Northeast Corridor of the national network, which was based on your estimated request released in early April. But I do want to get straight on some basic facts. What is the top speed of the Acela service?
The Acela service in the southern network, Washington to New York, top speed is 135 miles an hour. And then in New York to Boston, a top speed of 150 miles an hour across different segments of the track. We're operating at a lower speed on a scheduled basis, as most high-speed operations, in fact, do around the world.
So for how many minutes of the 7-hour journey from Boston to Washington does the Acela run at that top speed of 150 miles per hour?
It about 34 minutes would be the top, about 34 miles, pardon me, would be the top speed. We would be operating at that top speed over 34 miles of track.
So how long does that take? What's that, about 8 minutes or something like that? 10 minutes?
It's in that range. Yeah, it's in the range of 10 minutes, sir.
And so would the Acela's top speed of 150 miles per hour qualify as high-speed rail anywhere else in the world?
Yes, 125 miles an hour is the international standard for high-speed rail.
Actually, it's widely accepted to be 186 miles per hour. Usually the definition used in the European Union is about 160, 250 kilometers per hour, but 300 is really the standard. And of course, in China, China's building to much higher speeds, up to 250 miles per hour. Do you think that America should accept that lower standard, or should we be doing as well or as better than the Chinese?
Well, I think we should be providing America absolutely the best mobility options and strategy that we can. But I did want to say that as far as I understand the regulation, 125 miles an hour on existing track infrastructure is high speed. Our Acellas that we're ordering, the new Acellas that are delivering, I shouldn't say we've ordered, will have a top speed of 186 miles an hour. And with the infrastructure improvements we've talked about in our state of good repair, we'll be getting the Washington, for example, Washington, New York, down to 2 hours. That speed is an average of 113 miles an hour. But there's speeds, top speeds, and there's schedule speeds. So for example, Tokyo, Nagoya, 35 million people in the greater Tokyo area, 12 million people in Nagoya. It's a 217-mile distance between the two. The version of the Shinkansens that ride on that track today have top speeds of 185 miles an hour, and the scheduled speed's 115, because there are stops in between. There's the time to ramp up. In fact, most of the international routes that I've examined since coming to Amtrak of high-speed trains in Europe and in Japan have schedules that operate somewhere between 49% to, I think, a high of about 70% of maximum speed.
Right, but Mr. Flynn, you're talking about average speed, right? Those lines in Japan still go 186 miles per hour. The trains still go 186. They just have to stay, because they have so many stops, their average speed is 115. And if you actually understand the history here, is that America revised down its definition of high-speed rail to make these other projects qualify. And I just don't understand why we wouldn't be aspiring to be the best in the world, rather than be behind literally everyone else when we talk about building a transportation technology.
We're not aspiring to be behind anyone, Congressman. Back in 2010 and 2012, we Amtrak provided the NEC Futures vision for the Northeast Corridor, which called for substantially higher speeds. It's really a question of funding.
Well, that is exactly I can assure you, Mr. Flynn, that is exactly the vision that I support, and I think you find a lot of support for that on the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, and I agree with the gentleman from Massachusetts. There are many of us on the committee that would agree with that. Next, we will have Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues and witnesses for being here today. Got a few questions. I'm going to try and run through them quick because I want to hit a few of you here who have come. Mr. Reiniger, you're doing a lot of great work in Florida, Nevada, and California. First, is there any chance you're interested in a project connecting my home state of Illinois with any of its neighboring states?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for your question. And I guess we would have to go to our core business model and say, let's get out the map, let's draw a 300-mile ring around Springfield and find the major cities that connect in that ring, and let's find a road corridor or an infrastructure corridor that we can use as a jumping off point, and there's a solution hidden in there someplace. So we'd be happy to engage with you on that.
Great. I've ridden on your line in South Florida, and I'd be glad to sit down with you and your team at any time. Secondly, our former colleague and chair of the subcommittee, Jeff Denham, he would always use Brightline as a case study for the development of high-speed rail in the United States, as contrasted against the California experience that he saw. What have other countries done to successfully incentivize private sector investment? And what can we do better to spur private investment here in the United States?
So in our testimony, we've outlined a number of those things. I would say probably the most important thing that would boost private sector investment would be to help us access efficient long-term capital in one of any number of ways. So we've suggested that making private sector entities like ourselves eligible for grant programs in the future when we partner with otherwise eligible public sector entities is one way for the public sector dollar to be leveraged into more than $1's worth of outcome, right? And that would be an important way to make things happen more quickly. We've spoken specifically about expanding the private activity bond allocations. We used it effectively It will help, but that alone isn't going to be the total solution to accessing capital because that capital market has simply limited overall liquidity within it to sort of help broad-based numbers of projects like these. We've also talked about utilizing low-cost, low programs like the RIF loan in a more efficient way, where it can actually be an incentive in the way that it was designed to be to get some of these projects over the economic hurdles that they face to become viable and self-sustaining of their own right. There could be other cooperative models that exist that parallel some of the things that we see elsewhere, where you have unified national host organizations that then tap into other providers such as ourselves that will offer returns on the public investments, but also carry the burden of some of the operations and maintenance risks that would otherwise have to be carried over the long term. So there are multiple sets of ways that access to the capital that gets projects over the hurdles that they presently face that would turn more of these conversations into reality.
Well, thank you, Mr. Reininger. I appreciate that. I do want you and the rest of the witnesses here to take a look at my One Federal Decision Act, because I know the regulatory environment can cause expansion or it can cause a lack of expansion in capital products here in the rail industry and in passenger rail. I do want to go talk to Mr. Geigel. Josh, great to see you again, my friend. And you know I wouldn't have you on a hearing without being able to harass you over a few things. Last year, Secretary Chao announced Hyperloop is a technology that can compete for discretionary grants. Looking at HR 2 that passed last Congress, what changes would you recommend to ensure companies like yours are given the tools to be successful? And I got to be quick because I got a question for Mr. Flynn too.
All right, thank you, Congressman. It's good to see you again as well.
Too.
I think short answer is that we would like to be eligible for the same things that other modes are. I think we've heard, some of the limitations of other types of technology, and we want to reinvest. If we're going to reinvest, we should be reinvesting in technology that has substantially lower wait times, higher speeds, substantially higher level of service with lower levels of emissions than anything else. So in terms of what the committee could do for us, I think ensuring that we're eligible for all those same pots. And if they really want to go a step further, let's talk about let's talk about creating the opportunity for new technologies to compete in a very friendly way to incentivize the future of transportation.
Thanks, man. I'm looking forward to coming to Vegas and getting in that pod.
Sounds
hey,
good.
Thanks, buddy. Mr. Flynn, you know what I'm going to ask you about, the short shunt issue on the Saluki and Illini Express in central Illinois. What's the latest on getting the technology that we all know exists, that we've been told by Amtrak and by the CN that we just have to put it in the trains and it should fix it?
Good afternoon, Congressman Davis. It's great to see you again. We're continuing to work on that with the CN. We're experimenting with different types of cars, railway cars, that could address that shunt issue, and we'd be happy to come by and visit with you and give you some more detail on that.
I would. I told you guys last time, and I've said this to the CN too. My patience is wearing thin. We can't get, there's no way to talk about high-speed passenger service if we don't have reliability on the lines that we have now. And this one is abysmal. You guys know that it was long before you took over. I get it, but we got to get the technology. We've got to address this short shunt issue. Otherwise, a lot of technological advances that we're talking about here are going to either overcome the technology that Amtrak currently uses, or we're going to be able to work with Amtrak. So I do want to sit down with you, sit down with CN, and let's get this thing fixed before the next hearing so I can say thank you next time.
Well, we are testing a short shunt device now, and we will make it a point to come over or virtually brief you, depending on what's allowed.
Thank you.
I'd love to see you in person.
I'd like that too, sir.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and now it's my honor to recognize the gentlelady from Washington, the vice chair of the committee, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we've heard from multiple witnesses on our first panel, the need for federal investment in high-speed rail is clear, with the potential to create thousands of railroad and manufacturing jobs, save billions of dollars through reduced congestion on the roads. But I want to also point out that looking solely at high-speed rail doesn't necessarily solve every problem. We need a holistic framework that uses all types of modes of rail. So I'd like to start with you, Mr. Flynn. I'd like to touch on Amtrak's support for the development of new high-speed rail corridors and the role that the current service can play. So can you tell us, how can investments in conventional rail service complement investments in new high-speed rail lines like those being considered in my home state of Washington? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question, because the question itself really, from an Amtrak perspective, outlines the strategy for the development of high-speed rail corridors where they make sense across the country. If we look to learn lessons from the development in Europe and perhaps development in Japan as well, high-speed rail was developed in concert with conventional rail service and connected by two, often as we see on the Northeast Corridor, commuter rail service, so that there is a feed and a distribution to and from high-speed operations across those high-speed corridors. So we believe it absolutely is an integrated approach. And why in my remarks and in my written testimony that we've submitted to the committee, we've talked about not developing one-offs, but developing the integrated approach and building more reliable, higher speed conventional services at 110 miles an hour or approaching 125 miles an hour in new corridors or expanding current corridors with more frequency. We're building that passenger base. And certainly some of those corridors are and must be candidates for high-speed rail service. And that approach, that developmental approach, is really what we've seen in Japan, in Germany, in France, in Spain, really where we see successful high-speed rail.
Great. And then one other question about this topic. As the Biden administration and Congress pursue this aggressive agenda to mitigate climate change, in addition to obstacles around time frame, what do we lawmakers need to actually keep in mind on the interoperability between conventional rail and high-speed rail?
Well, I think one thing for us all to keep in mind is really time, the time dimension, because the president has set ambitious goals to achieve a 50% reduction by 2030. High-speed rail development, as I noted in my comments, at least the European Commission has identified it's a 16-year kind of development on average once the approvals are in place. That's after we have approvals. But we've pointed out in our Amtrak Connects Us corridor strategy, we can have impact now in the near term before 2030 to those environmental goals. So building out reliable, frequent conventional service is also the predicate to building at high speed where it's where it makes sense, if I can say it that way, and also is marching down the road to achieve those climate goals in the near term and sustain that.
Great. And then one more question while I have time still. You know, we talk a lot about equity, and that means affordability and access. So what are we going to be able to do to ensure that families at all income levels are going to be able to take advantage of these technologies, for example, in high-speed rail?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to just talk a little bit about Amtrak itself. We're a government corporation. 42% of Amtrak employees are ethnically diverse, and we have a long record of diversity in Amtrak employment, and we serve the cities. Our rail network serves the cities and often inner cities. And in many cities, the Amtrak services really are the only accessible inner city travel options that many people have. And so we are committed to equity in transportation. We think Amtrak has a demonstrated track record there, but we certainly have more to do, and we have a path to do that.
So I'm asking specifically about high-speed rail. Do you think there's a way for us to ensure that that's going to be accessible and affordable?
Yes, I do. In fact, I had a conversation with Chairman Payne about that several days ago. And if we think about our corridor in the Northeast, that certainly is accessible. Corridors in and out of a Chicago hub, for example, whether it's down into Illinois, into Missouri, across through to Michigan, building out higher speed services, the 110 to 125 mile services in many parts of the country where we simply do not serve today, I think absolutely do bring accessibility to good quality services that customers will want to take.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Now we will have Mr. Fitzpatrick for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Flynn, thank you for attending this hearing today. The Northeast Corridor runs right through my district. SEPTA's commuter rail line is essential to my district. And I understand that the Northeast Corridor Commission has established a goal of switching from essentially a but-for liability provision and instead adopt a what's known as a no-fault liability provision, so that each party takes responsibility for their own equipment, their own employees, and their own passengers. Currently, the but-for liability provision, we believe, unfairly penalizes SEPTA. No fault is already being used with most commuter rail lines across the NEC. So my first question is, when do you plan on abiding by the Commission's policy and adopt a no fault liability with SEPTA?
Thank you, sir, for the question. It's not my understanding that no fault is indeed the policy. There are in the Northeast corridor, the members of the Northeast corridor, the several states and Amtrak as well have different views on what the right approach should be on liability, and we're working to resolve that. Again, we'd be happy to sit down with you and your office and have a more fulsome discussion on the question.
Yeah, that's our understanding, sir, regarding the Northeast Corridor Commission and what they're establishing. So it's obviously very important to our districts. We'd appreciate the follow-up on that, sir, if that'd be okay. Next question, I'd like to ask you about Amtrak's last remaining in-house call center, which is right outside of my district. Many of my constituents, in fact, work there, and they provide superior customer service compared to the outsourced work. Yet this call center has continuously been under threat of outsourcing. So my final question for you, sir, will Amtrak consider ceasing its outsourcing of customer service jobs and support these hardworking women and men?
Yes, thank you for the question, Congressman. I don't believe that the call center is under constant threat. Some employees may feel that or may perceive that, but we've already made commitments to maintain the call center in effect, to maintain the work at the call center. And they've done just a great job. Everyone at that call center, along with all of our frontline employees, have done a great job of serving our Amtrak customers during this pandemic, and we've communicated that.
Well, I appreciate hearing that, sir, and I will communicate that to them. So you're opposed to outsourcing?
We had, the company had implemented outsourcing, has a backup in peak demand periods, but we have made the commitment to that customer service center, and we will keep that commitment.
Thank you, sir. Final question to Mr. Rogers, Maglev. Mr. Rogers, I understand we have a mutual friend, Mr. Jaron, who wanted me to say hello. But my question for you, sir, first of all, it's an exciting time for your company. It'll be a great time saver for passengers on the NEC. Can you tell me how your company will go about hiring crews needed to build this project?
Yes, we really look at workforce development as integrated. And so we talked about our 4 pillars with diversity, equity, and inclusion, with union jobs, and we're going to have 161,000 job years. So that's a big number that we have to do. So one of the things is we've worked closely with unions. 2017, we signed an agreement with the National Association of Building Trade Unions to build the project under a project labor agreement. We've been working with the various unions that would be creating training centers in diverse communities. So that's part of it as well. And so that means that the unions, as well as business groups and civic groups, are all working together because of the large nature of this opportunity. And so we've been endorsed not only by the Building Trades Union, but also the Carpenters, the Laborers Union, DC Metro Building Trades. So we think we really try to approach all these things: climate change, diversity, jobs, workforce development, and union participation as really one, and working it all with everyone sitting at the table.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, and thank you for your commitment to PLAs. Very, very important as far as the quality of work and therefore safety issues. So we appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Next, we will have Ms. Titus for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just addressed my question to Mr. Reininger. You know, I'm a big fan of the project Brightline West. I've been working to try to get some kind of speed train, passenger train service between here and Los Angeles for many years. So I'm excited that it's coming. I think It'll bring more visitors to my district and help the economy during these difficult times, take cars off of I-15, improve air quality. But anytime we talk about infrastructure, we also have to focus on jobs. This is going to create some jobs and high quality jobs as you construct this project. So I would ask you, as you move closer to the construction phase, what are your relationships with labor? How are you talking to the workers who are both going to build this and operate it once it's finished?
Congresswoman, thank you very much for your question, and certainly thank you for all the support that you've provided us along the journey that we're underway with. You're exactly right. The investment that we're planning on making in Brightline West is going to create an enormous amount of job growth and activity in your area. Some 40,000 construction jobs we think will be generated by the investment that we're prepared to make there. With respect to labor, I think there'd be a couple of important points that I would make. First of all, we're in the midst of negotiations of construction contracts to be able to initiate the construction work that we just spoke of. And in the course of those negotiations, our preferred contractor is also in the midst of discussions with labor around a project labor agreement that would be put in place. Our understanding is from both sides that those discussions are going very, very well. We're very supportive of those discussions and anxious for that to come to an amicable conclusion. In addition, we made a recommendation as a part of the testimony here that private sector entities be allowed to be eligible applicants for some grant programs in the future. Without any specific regard to a particular idea, we put that forward as a general idea. But before we did that, we explored the idea with organized labor, and we have found them to be supportive of that proposed legislative action. And in fact, we've shared the correspondence that we've received from them with the railroad subcommittee staff here of this committee. So we've been engaged from the beginning here, and we understand the importance and the priorities that you're describing here. Lastly, I would tell you that our Florida operation, our first phase of our Florida operation, was built in complete compliance with the FRA's Buy America program, despite the fact that we didn't receive any federal funding that would have otherwise mandated those requirements. So we're respectful of and supportive of the sort of the initiatives that you're referring to.
That's great. You know, just to carry this a little further, you mentioned some things that we can do to better assist with the financing. You mentioned these grants. We talked about the bonds. Is there anything this subcommittee needs to be doing additionally to make that financing easier, to be sure this project gets underway sooner rather than later and we start to build back better?
Sure. I mean, the specific recommendations that we put on the table, you know, regarding eligibility for grants, the expansion of the PABS program, some revamping of the application of the loan programs are all going to be very direct, very actionable things that this subcommittee would be very helpful in. Beyond that, we've spoken on the written testimony about curtailing some of the discretion that is applied to some of the approval processes in the regulatory framework that will help otherwise increase confidence in the processes that we undergo, and also reduce what was oftentimes unnecessary time delays, which translate into additional costs to the project. So we have provided a few what we think are very actionable, very practical things that this subcommittee can do to help us do what we think we are doing, which is breaking the inertia that has limited progress in this space over the last several decades.
Well, I'm excited to hear that and work with you, Mr. Chairman, and the other members of this subcommittee. Representative Moulton, I know, is interested in this topic to try to get some of those things accomplished. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. Now we will have Mr. Westerman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Crawford, and to all the witnesses. This is a very interesting testimony that I've listened to it and I've read your testimony, and probably a lot more questions than I can get in 5 minutes. But Mr. DeLeon, you testified that the development cost of Hyperloop is only $54 million per mile compared to $150 to $200 million per mile for other modes. Now, as an engineer serving in Congress, when I hear only $54 million a mile, that raises an eyebrow. And I even checked with my state Department of Transportation. They tell me they can build urban interstate for $9.7 million per mile, rural interstate for $7.5 million per mile. and interstate through the mountains for $11.45 million per mile. So would you clarify what you're talking about when you say only $54 million per mile, and what are the other modes that are 150 to 200 million?
Yeah, well, in all the analysis that we have done and in the analysis that we did in Great Lakes, this was the cost, the average cost that we'd have, for developing all the infrastructure and all the system. Every time that we have done a comparison, we are looking at numbers that are around 30% to 40% less than high-speed rail. And that is because Hyperloop basically is a smaller infrastructure and much more simple infrastructure, okay? And, but of course, the cost of the high-speed rail depends also a lot in the country. In Spain was like 20 million per kilometer. In France was 32 million per kilometer. In California, they're talking about 150 million. So it depends on the country. So you cannot have a real clear cost, until you do a real feasibility study and you analyze the territory, the orography, and everything that is needed to develop. What we have seen in our Great Lakes feasibility study is that these numbers make a lot of sense, that you have a recap on the investment of around 25 years.
So you're saying it's, I'm going to have to keep moving on, but I wanted to, Mr. Reininger, what's your experience on cost for high-speed rail? How much per mile?
So I can point to our two examples. Our real-world example in Florida, we've invested about $16 million a mile for the 235-mile system that we built there, and our Brightline West program is going to be executed for about $31 million a mile.
Okay, so that still surprises me that it's that much per mile, but you've built them, so you know exactly what it costs. As we look at new technologies like Hyperloop, I do see a lot of advantages for that because it is a small footprint. The pods operating in a vacuum. I've had a chance to go out to Las Vegas and visit the test site, and I know that there's been a lot of great work that you guys are doing out there, Josh. I know you could probably build Hyperloop on the highway interstate median. You could put, it can go underground, it could go underwater, it could go above ground. You don't have any grade crossings. You don't have to worry about animals getting in the way. It's adverse to weather. But I also understand that the technology is not as proven. But outside of that, what would prohibit, I mean, if you're looking at high-speed rail, why aren't you, or mass transit, why wouldn't we be looking at Hyperloop as the first technology to look at, or the future technology? Mr. Aguilar, you might take a shot at that, and Mr. Flynn as well.
Excuse me, the question is for me or for Ms. Geiger?
No, for me, I believe. I would start by saying, short-term needs need short-term solutions. And as I said in my testimony, our market here down in Texas is already congested, very congested, needs solutions to be offered. Our cost per mile, by the way, is about $62 million a mile for the civil infrastructure. But that is because we have built a system that has 50% of this on viaduct. And this is to address concerns to reduce impact on landowners and so on. But that's the main reason why.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Congressman Westerman. From an Amtrak perspective, what we've talked about is investing really in both conventional and high-speed rail, which we have today on the Northeast Corridor. And we have the opportunity to expand higher speed conventional rail and high-speed rail in certain corridors in the U.S. Our corridors also serve commuter trains. And for example, if you look at our Northeast Corridor, there's 2,100 trains a day on that Northeast Corridor, and we're part of that. And that includes commuter rails as well, and in RSL, a high-speed train, and there's also 60 freight trains a day on that Northeast Corridor. So I think it's a very different, certainly a very different technology, and certainly very different application. And what we've talked about is the ability to enhance and expand and serve a greater part of America within the next decade on network that exists today that requires some upgrading, but certainly achievable in that time frame with the benefits of mobility benefits, and I would argue the environmental benefits as well.
All right, again, I knew I would have more questions than Tom. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yields back. And I will now turn the gavel over to the Vice Chair of the subcommittee, the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Strickland. You have the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 3 members who are scheduled to speak. So at this time, I would like to recognize Representative Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Strickland. Mr. Flynn, in your testimony, you laid out 4 corridors in Amtrak's national network that received significant investments from the 2009 American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, several of which run right through Chicago. Can you share with the committee what kind of further improvements we can anticipate with the type of investment proposed in President Biden's American Jobs Plan? And would Amtrak consider additional improvement in corridors that run through the Chicagoland area?
Thank you for your question, Chairman Garcia. Let me start with the last part of your question as to whether Amtrak would consider additional investment. The answer is absolutely yes. And our Amtrak Connects Us strategy, which talks about new corridor services and expanded corridor services, it addresses exactly that. And certainly Chicago is a key component, a key node in the Amtrak network. So that's about expanding services from Chicago into Madison and Milwaukee. We're talking about expanding, that's our Hiawatha service, expanding to multiple daily services through to Minneapolis, St. Paul. To Congressman Davis, we're talking about expansions from Chicago into St. Louis on those several lines, the ability to connect to Detroit, Michigan, and points in between. So Chicago is a very important part of our network, as you know, and certainly a key part of our vision of how we can expand more rail services on routes that we have today and new passenger routes that we have yet to serve.
And you wrote at length in your written testimony about why the U.S. has fallen so far behind in high-speed rail connectivity. You also mentioned how existing funding programs like CRISI, the RAISE program, which we previously knew as the Tiger or BUILD, in your words, existing funding streams, quote, wouldn't even make a dent in the construction of a single high-speed rail line. What are some policy solutions the committee should consider to make sure an adequate source of funding exists to begin to build a framework for a high-speed rail network? And does intercity rail need its own dedicated funding stream?
Well, the answer to your question, Congressman Garcia, is in your statement. At the beginning of our hearing today, before the first panel spoke, Chairman DeFazio talked about funding, talked about the need for transportation infrastructure. One of the other witnesses, former Deputy Secretary Pocari, talked about funding and talked about the need for a trust fund structure or a trust fund-like structure so that we can have dedicated, predictable funding for these kinds of projects that are going to occur over a very long period of time. When we think about NEPA and the other permitting processes that take place, and then ultimately into construction, on many major projects, we're talking a decade or more. So without the visibility and the predictability and the certainty of funding, these projects are all affected. They ultimately become more high cost, and they take longer than they should. So if I were to recommend one policy action, creating a trust fund or trust fund-like structure for intercity passenger rail would be key.
Thank you. And finally, before our time runs out, you discussed the reduction in greenhouse gases when the Northeast Corridor was largely electrified. Are there other corridors in the country that would be strong candidates for electrification? What kind of market and policy obstacles remain in further electrification of our intercity passenger rail network?
Yeah, there certainly are other corridors that would lend themselves to electrification. There'll be requirements for density of service and key population centers. I talked earlier about our new intercity train sets that we have. We're placing an order for, finalizing that order. Those intercity train sets are dual mode, so the locomotive can go from electric to diesel, and a much more fuel efficient diesel in terms of greenhouse gas emissions that are created per passenger mile by those diesels. So there are interim steps that advance us along the president's goal to that 50% reduction in greenhouse gases. And passenger rail certainly is one of those vehicles to provide the mobility the country needs, but to do it in the most environmentally sustainable way. Thank you,
Great.
sir.
Thank you so much. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Representative LaMalfa for 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm hitting the right buttons. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Well, certainly an interesting conversation today. I've had to dip in and out because of other things going on, but as a California member with the issue with high-speed rail in our own state, and I'll join some others in saying, look, I'm not against the concept, and I think the Northeast Corridor is our best chance for success on that and other areas, and as we look at them. But when I see where Texas is having a hard time, when Texas is having difficulty with their abilities to streamline and get through a process, how the heck is California going to do it at 50% higher prices for everything, a regulatory climate that is a lot more negative to doing it? And this is, scored as an environmental project, and we still can't get very far with, as a state legislator, I was, very interested in this and carried legislation on the high-speed rail project here, trying to link LA and San Francisco with supposed spurs to Sacramento and San Diego as well. And it's fallen far short of what the voters were told when it was placed on the ballot for them to decide by a narrow margin, 52 to 48% years ago. And so legislation I had was, two of them was to say, stop spending until you have a plan, because they didn't have a plan for the route, how they're going to line up the property. They still don't have the property. And this is 12 years after it passed, and they're way behind on all their deadlines. Then later on, they told us, well, this is going to provide 1 million jobs. They sat there with a straight face and said 1 million jobs. Finally, we got them in committee a few years after, and they said, well, that means 1 million job years. Well, as the way it's going, it's starting to look like 1 million years, because they are so far behind, and the price is at least tripled. And I've heard in the earlier testimony, they're going to need many more billions of dollars from the federal government to continue going along. And so far, the federal government has committed to a total of about 3.3 billion under the Obama era ARA Act. And the state hasn't even put its own money forward. But so it just continues to be a frustration. So to hear a possibility of a high-speed rail line in California that might work, that Brightline is working on, the Los Angeles, Las Vegas route, that had been referred to as the Desert Express before, and some good work had got done towards that. But what I need to bring in as a question here to Mr. Reininger here is that I used to also chair back in 2016-18 in our Natural Resources Committee, the subcommittee on tribal affairs for the U.S. And so we have concerns there that that the so far undefined routes through the area could be going through some burial areas and cultural sites of their ancestral lands that hasn't gone through what's known as a Section 106 review process. And so I want to hear from those on the panel that have an interest, especially Mr. Reininger. What can we do to allay this concern? Because I don't think you want to have the negative that's going to come from this later, and that we don't want to be doing things that aren't sensitive to taking care of those issues. Like up in my north part of the state, we've had levee repair processes that were important, but some of those go through old tribal sites and such, and there's people that were buried there and such. But working with the tribes, they were able to it took some elbowing of getting the Army Corps of Engineers to pay attention to that, but the tribes are very forward with us trying to say, hey, we want to help get this done, but we just need to have proper respect done for these old sites. Same thing here. What can we do better to allay some of the concerns of the tribes that are on the route there, and the cultural areas, the burial areas, it might be, whatever it is, and get a proper review that doesn't take forever.
Rep. Malfa, we're going to run out of time here soon, so can we
Yeah,
allow
I'll
the
leave
panel
time
to
for the
answer the
answer. I'll
question?
stop there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
So
Mr.
I think that was pointed towards me. Thank you for the question, and I'll try to be as brief as I can because I know time is running out here. But clearly, we respect the process that's in place. The environmental review processes are well established. The kinds of investigations that are necessary are clear, and we're following those processes completely in everything that we're doing. The tribes involved here are definitely a stakeholder that would have a voice in the process, and we encourage the continued engagement with them to execute the process under the guidelines that are in place by the regulatory frameworks.
Well, it's seemingly not paying enough attention to Section 106 as it's titled, and they're not getting the results. So I don't think you want ultimately to go to some a worse outcome with, who knows, it could cause litigation, because it really hasn't been addressed from everything I've understood.
Well,
So I think, and the FRA needs to be helpful on this too. So, but instead of just trying to push through on something that could cause legal issues or a lot of hard feelings later. So I'd look for a commitment to take a closer look at that.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam
Our
Chair.
next speaker is Representative Eddie Bernice Johnson. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the committee leadership for calling this hearing. I was very pleased to have Mr. Aguilar from Texas Central with us today, and really quite aware of all the activity and all the attention that has been given to all the people along this whole route of Dallas to Houston or Houston to Dallas. And today, 16 million trips are made between North Texas and Greater Houston region annually. 90% of these trips are made by road, leading to significant congestion along Interstate 45 between these two regions. Travel time along this corridor can exceed 5 hours and are expected to exceed 6.5 hours by 2035. With the economy of Greater Houston and North Texas expected to grow at 1.5% per year until 2050, almost twice the national average. Trips between these cities are projected to top just over 34 million journeys in 2050. This growth will undermine mobility in the area, degrading our air quality, impacting roadway safety, and stifling economic growth. Preventing the negative impacts of this project congestion is one of the reasons why I'm a strong proponent of Texas Central Project. It will provide faster, safer, and more environmentally friendly mobility option in connecting these two economic giants of Texas. It will also be the first true high-speed rail system in the US, covering 240 miles in 90 minutes. So this project will not only create a large number of jobs for constituents, but also provide a new 21st century mobility option between the nation's largest metropolitan areas, Dallas and Houston. While this project is vital in the area that I represent, it is critical to transforming the nation's transportation network and strengthening our economic competitiveness. It is truly one that ought to be considered. And I'm delighted that Mr. Aguilar, the president, is here today. And I know that we've heard a lot of testimony from him. I've been a witness that they have worked this entire route from Dallas to Houston or Houston to Dallas, dealing with individuals, property owners, and all the like. Now, what I'd like to ask Mr. Aguilar is whether or not they are really committed and taken any kind of steps to be sure that it will be also inclusive. We know that this is going to be rural, lots of minorities and women along the way, and it will take a lot of workplace training. So I'd like him to comment on some of the things that have been planned for this route as we begin to take this extraordinary step to improve travel and the environment.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And yes, absolutely, you have my commitment and our company's commitment to that. And as I said, we started working with both the city of Dallas and the city of Houston on establishing the goals and set the targets for inclusiveness. That we also added rural businesses as part of the definition of inclusion. And that was intentional. Ensure that we have a broad impact along the whole route. And it was as a result of all that planning that we are including specific targets to each of the contracts that we sign. And it has not been easy. I have to be very honest with you. This is not normal practice for the industry. And we've had to ensure that everybody buys into the program. And by the way, all contractors are. And that is the benefit of executing this in a concerted way. So it's the planning and it's a coordination with public officials and aligning an interest and knowing that this is priority for all.
Well, thank you very much. I've been aware of a lot of the activity. I've participated in some of it. I look forward and hope I can live to see the fruition of this program. Madam Chair, do I have any more time?
I'm going to use privilege and give you about 20 more seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. I know that that the city of Dallas is very interested in a multimodal downtown terminal, and I just wanted to have a little comment on that from Mr. Aguilar.
Yes, we're actually coordinating in the planning of that plan, which actually started with coordinating meetings at the end of last month. It would be located right across our station, and the idea would be to connect directly to DART there and ensure that the transfer of passengers to Union Station as well is included, so that we are, physically connected to the rest of the network.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair. This is my 29th year on this committee. And my major goal when I started was an intermodal seamless transportation system around the North Texas area. And I think this is one of the things that will complete it. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Well, everyone, this concludes our hearing for today. I again want to say thank you to each of our witnesses for this long hearing and for your testimony today. I'm going to ask for unanimous consent on 2 items. Number 1, that the hearing record of today's hearing remain open until such time as our witnesses have provided answers to any questions that may be submitted to them in writing. I'm also going to ask for unanimous consent that the record remain open for 15 days for any additional comments and information submitted by members or witnesses to be included in the record of today's hearing. Without objection, so ordered. The Subcommittee on Railroads, Pipelines, and Hazardous Materials now stands adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.